Hello, everyone. We are live in the back end. We're just getting things ready. We'll see you all in a moment.
Ooh boy. Is it
Hi, it's
now
me.
now the
Look at
audio is
that.
on. Okay.
Just get out. You get out of here. Yeah, look at that. It's me. Hello. Zach's here.
Hi. I'm here. We're live.
You know,
The
it's
sun's actually out this time.
it's strange to me just starting to like streaming in person is very odd to me.
Yeah.
Um because uh 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 you and I, like, we stream in separate places so much of the time, and one of the things that oh, I gotta get that off the screen. One of the things that starts the like gets me into a stream space is putting my headphones in and like dialing in. But now we're just talking and chat is moving.
I'm so used to we record when we stream to being not only not in the same building, but not even in the same state or geographic area. So now that we've been able to do like streams consistently in person is like something I'm still adapting to.
I'm being told
Also, I'm sure like the audio is very different than what people are used to.
Mm. Wonder if you can hear me crunching ice.
Could be louder.
Oh yeah, you can.
Okay.
Hello everybody, how are
Hello.
you today? We have Zelzo Jaspers here. Hello.
Hello. Thank you.
Volume
My
is
mom's
good in my
favorite.
opinion.
All this art is from my mom. She left it up here before I got this house.
Oh, by the way,
My mom's still alive, for clarity. She doesn't live here anymore.
big hype to friend of the show, Yggdrasil, who has allowed us to use this phenomenal art.
Yes. Very, very good
It's just
vampire art.
The most wonderful vampire in the world. Shirts. What shirts?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm.
I'm like barely in frame.
I have no idea. And Ruguru, I'm so glad you said that. Because there's something that I wanted to open the video with. I'm gonna click over here. I'm gonna go to docs.
Oh boy, did you start writing
I'm
one?
gonna
or
go
we
to no.
start
Oh, we're
writing
doing
now?
this right now.
I guess we're doing the beginning.
We're
of
doing this
stream.
right now, Zach.
Okay, so this is first of all, everybody right now, you can write an email as well. You can tweet at them. For those who don't know, we promised if we ever got 2,000 subscribers, and we're well above that now, we would make a.
We're not well above that.
Well, okay, scale, right? We're well above 2,000. If the number is 2,000, we're at 2,200 something.
That's true.
If I said I only had sex with one member of your family and I had sex with 201 members of your family, it would feel like I was lying.
Yeah,
So
but
more than one.
But if you had, never mind. Never mind.
I had to get to like your fifth cousins. I was doing that shit on purpose.
Nick says 11% is well above expectation. Fine. Shout out to Aegon's acting. His grief was more emotional than Rhaenyra and Helena, in my opinion. I disagree, but I respect that position. I think that's a fine position.
They process it very differently.
Yes.
I feel like they all had different ways of dealing with it.
Oh, Zach, did you see that? We didn't talk about this. I just want to talk about stuff in the episode, okay? I just want to...
Should we introduce the gimmick for today first, or should we write the letter and then introduce?
Oh, this is a call-in show, or do you want to do the letter at the end?
We should probably save the letter for the end because
you're right.
Yeah,
we might say things that YouTube doesn't like, so we're gonna save the letter for the end.
What we should show is last time we spun a wheel to determine what character we were talking about. Today, I was in charge of making the game, and I made a bingo card. However, I also made a bingo card for the presidential debate later this week, and I accidentally shuffled all my papers up, and they became one bingo card. So Tom's going to show his bingo card.
I'm just a fan of that bit, Zach.
I was carrying a big stack of I print out the squares individually.
I'm giving it to you for 1 second. That's all you're getting. Get it out of here. Wait, that's all you're getting. Boom. That's all the time you have.
You didn't show the title at the top. That was the best joke out of all of them. Somehow the two titles combined together to be White House of the Biden.
White House of the Dragon. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What I can do, chat, is I can give you have the link still on Discord. I have it as well.
Yeah.
I can post that in chat, and then everybody can play along at home. I wonder. Well, I'm not logged into.
I can paste it right here. Do I just copy this, or will this give them the same as mine?
No, that'll give them a unique one. I'm pretty sure.
If anybody wants to do this, they can.
I think the first 28 people or 27 people should be able to play at home. So if you have bingo, let us know. But we're only the rules are we have to bring up something that happened in the episode or assert that it did happen and convince the other that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Or if somebody calling in does any of these things, that also counts.
Yes, and if you guys want to pause and you should not pause, rewind the stream, figure out what's good for me to get bingo, and then call in with those things happening. You should not do that. You should not do that thing.
There's a couple things you probably shouldn't do on YouTube in general that are on this bingo card, but luckily most of them happened in the episode.
Once again, this is a call-in show. Ooh. This is a call-in show for some reason. So we have this number on the screen. It is not live right now, but you'll be able to call in and give your thoughts on House of the Dragon. When will the end be? I don't get off work for 3 hours, says Zelazor. 3 hours is kind of pushing it. I don't know if we're going to be doing this at 11.
We'll probably be right near ending if it hasn't already ended. But yes. We've been known to blow over intended stop points before.
Absolutely correct. Zach, we wore the same shirt.
We are wearing
one of us is going to have to change,
I guess. This would be easier. It is my house. It would be harder for you to change.
This is my houseu. This is my noted horror movie houseu. Zach, are you ready? Zach, are you ready?
Yeah,
Are you ready? How ready are you?
I'm ready to start talking about the episode.
Yeah,
let's pull up my bingo card here.
Let's talk some Game of Thrones. Zach, Game of Thrones is good again.
It is.
And that's just wild to think about.
I mean, technically Game of Thrones is just as bad as it ever was, but House of the Dragon is pretty good. And honestly, I'm enjoying Season 2 a lot more than I enjoyed Season 1. And I didn't dislike Season 1. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It reminded me of the better episodes of Seasons 5 and 6 of The Bad Dragon Show when the writing was a little bit more consistent.
This is a brutal take.
No, I was gonna say, and by the end it had transcended that and was getting to the first few episodes had that sort of pacing to it. By the end, it was trending like Season 1 Game of Thrones, where they were building up a story, but they weren't cooking with as many pots as they would in Seasons 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Now they're cooking with
there's a lot of pots.
Amount of pots.
There's a lot of pot in the bowl.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to smoke it all. Zach, things that you enjoyed?
I I love the extended fight scene we get in this one.
Yes.
that's very good.
By the way, this is spoiler show exclusive. So
Spoilers just for the show as far as we've gotten up to. Nothing's going to happen in the future. Will be directly stated. We might imply some things.
Yes, and of course, please don't refrain from spoiling things that haven't happened yet in the chat. There's plenty of other streams where we're talking about redacted, and of course redacted. So let's just keep it spoiler friendly this time.
I think the last one's still my favorite episode so far, but this is probably in second, maybe third place for favorite episodes. Probably second.
Pretty good.
I need to rewatch the scenes I really enjoyed.
It was pretty good. I thought this would be your favorite episode. Would you like to know why?
Why?
Because it was a whole bunch of people talking in rooms. It was Damon and Rhaenyra talking in a room. Rhaenys and Corlys talking in a bed. Alan and Adam talking at a pier.
Yep.
And
that was one of my favorite scenes.
Me too. Me too.
People talking outside of a room.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, like round table, Aegon talking in a room to a bunch of people.
I wish a couple of the people talking room scenes were more populated. I wish the dismissal of Otto Hightower happened in a small council meeting so we could see a bunch of people. Which Lannister is it's on the council? The twins? Tyland sitting there and like a couple people clearly their face betraying them, having a problem with it, but saying nothing.
Yeah.
Would have made this episode a 10 for me. The fact it happens in Aegon's bedroom and Kristen Cole would like seem surprised when he's picked his hand instead of domineering, being like, haha, I had planned this all along, was a surprise to me. I don't dislike it. I just thought a scene I would have loved more would have been like a complete embarrassment of Otto Hightower, because the story that we're going to get for him, you're not going to get like as many black eyes as I would like on him, I think, unless they go in a very different direction.
Mm-hmm.
I want his humiliation to be slow. This was, I don't know, really quick turnaround. That being said, the way they've written Aegon and the way he makes decisions, I get why that happened.
And because of the way they've written Aegon and Kristen, this is not the last embarrassment of Otto Hightower we're going to see, I think.
That's true.
Yeah. Let's just talk about that scene. Let's just discuss the way that happened.
This is the first time I've sympathized for Otto Hightower in the entire show.
Oh my god, I loved him. The response. I was having a discussion with oh my god. I was having a discussion with Rusty earlier about Otto Hightower, and I made the argument that I think is a top tier one, that he is up there with Charles Dance for the best, and Rusty argues that he's even higher, that he is the best one of the best actors that has been in the show ever.
I agree, and he's very he has this. People would use the term Machiavellian, and Machiavelli would be like turning in his grave, because that's not actually what he stood for, but determination to win, and like
determination to win it.
Fuck the costs, right? Whatever the costs.
That's fuck the king.
Fuck the king and fuck the costs. Yeah.
That's a ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That might as well be his motto at this point. I am starting to come around to his Targaryen suck argument. The problem is, in order to get his ideology into play, he has teamed up with the most evil living current Targaryen, which really undercuts his message.
Ooh, hold the phone here. The most evil living current Targaryen you're arguing is Aegon, not Daemon?
Aegon is worse but less effective. Daemon comes off more evil because the evil things he does have way more consequence. Oh. Like, Daemon probably would not have done what Aegon did to the rat catchers. What he would instead do was beat the shit out of all of them until he was confident,
No,
and then probably be right.
No, he wouldn't do that to the rat catchers. He would only do that if he was married to them. He killed his wife with a rock.
Once.
He only thought about choking his wife this episode. Oh my god.
The cruelty and like horrible things we've seen him do have been very.
Oh, Viper, I'm sorry. Viper says I've not seen the episode. I'm booting it up right now. Yeah, we'll be here in an hour. You leave and call in. Call the call-in show the second you're done.
Yes.
The moment you're done. I'm sorry if we've already started spoiling it. Yeah, Viper, why are you here?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Of all the things you could be doing, this call-in show is probably not one of them.
I look forward to your call in like 57 minutes.
Yes. So I want to point out here, Damon has been like brutal and terrible, but he has always been doing it in ways that aren't overt and aren't like dictatorial. Damon knows that there's consequences to killing 300 people whom you barely know. But he also knows the consequences of killing his wife and has run the cost-benefit analysis on that.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, you say 300. I don't know if it was 300. It did. At the very least, the shooting, the shot didn't.
No, it was a couple dozen. However, I don't think you would disagree that if Aegon was told, we can kill these 300 people and you'll kill like 4 guilty people, he would do it in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
Damon,
as opposed to Rhaenys, who gets told, you kill these 300 people and you'll make a great entrance. I love this show. Would you like to know why? Goodbye, Viper. Would you like to know why? Everybody sucks.
Yeah.
Everyone sucks. They're all terrible. Every single one of them is awful. It's fantastic. It is terrible people interacting with other terrible people. It's great.
I agree, and one of the things that makes it compelling is that they all have like motivation, with a few motivations being like terrible, but like some people are doing these terrible things and you listen to their argument like, that's great, I wish you lived up to it ever. But that's why I liked Otto's scene where he talks to Alicent, because when you listen to what his vision for the kingdom is, it does not sound bad. How he's getting there is horrifying. His willingness to let so many people die, to do so many illegal things, to grasp so much power, knowing very well that the king could immediately undo it, and then everything he did was pointless, which is where he is now.
I said this out loud while watching the episode multiple times. Otto, I don't know who the fuck's fault you think this is. Who the fuck do you whose fault do you think this is, Otto?
He's
like, we will never get your father back, and we are at a loss for it. I'm like, you did this.
You are the one who ensured that Aegon took over the throne. And since you were performing a coup anyways, you could have just, like when he was missing and they couldn't find him, they could have just crowned him.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he could have came up and said he had a claim, but then they could just say, I don't know.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
If you're performing a coup to begin with.
You get to join. Ooh!
If
you get to join the Kingsguard, right? You get to be Lord Commander of the Kingsguard now, right?
Or fuck off, go to the wall.
Yeah.
It's not like he's beloved by his family all that much.
We got a mansion in Pentos that somebody's been begging us for a Dragon Lord to oversee.
Yeah.
Right? Get out of here. He didn't want to be king. You made him king.
Because
Rhaenyra wanted to be king, and even Alicent admitted that she'd be a decent queen.
Yeah.
Right? She'd be fine.
But he wanted to make sure that he could commandeer power, and thank you, Jasper.
Jasper, thank you! The topic of who is the most evil should be on motivation rather than harm done. Interesting. For example, Ramsay is more evil than Tywin, but we can make the argument that Tywin has harmed far more people to just as much or a greater extent. For me, Daemon is more evil. Your take on this? This is a great point.
Quantifying evil is hard when we're talking, because Let me read that again. Hold
Yep.
on. Motivation rather than harm done. I guess the problem is then the world's like most accidentally lethal drunk driver is not as bad as the person who runs over one guy who's like harassing his family.
That
And that like mildly, right? Like that person just leaving like mean YouTube comments on his daughter's channel.
Yeah.
And he runs the guy over in cold blood. Meanwhile, the world's drunkest driver goes spinning out of control and somehow like Tokyo drifts through just everybody in an entire state. Like I'm thinking Connecticut, he just somehow hits every population center before he regains control of his car.
Zach, I have wonderful news. We this is all right. I gotta set this up. I gotta say like 4 things before we can start talking about this.
Yeah.
Number 1, I love this show because it allows us to talk about these sorts of things, right? About
Yes.
the nature of what a bad person is through the lens of fiction, right?
Yes.
We're not actually talking about evil things that anyone has actually done, but we are talking about real concepts and we're really discussing them, which is interesting and I think useful for a well-rounded human.
Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, I love doing this show with you because neither of us is going to yell at each other.
Yeah, no.
I can say that opinion's bad, and then we're going to go back to talking about the Dragon Show.
This
It's
is all pointless.
yeah. None of this. It's fantastic. None of this matters. Turns to camera 2. If anyone ever actually gets mad at you over your Dragon Show takes, just come and hang out with us.
Yeah.
Just come and hang out with us instead. And if you ever actually get mad at someone else over their Dragon Show takes, come and chat. We'll chat. It's fine. So now we're actually gonna have a philosophy discussion right now.
Yeah, I think Damon is like the kind of person who has like this it's almost like modern in a way understanding of like you assassinate this person to cause consequences that you know will happen as a result. His desire was to go kill Aemon because it's one last dragon rider. It's chaos within the court. It's a moral blow to them, and he hires the 2 worst people he possibly could have to do an assassination, which is on him. But
yeah, we'll come back to that.
From a like military standpoint, that's some like CIA level thinking that he's on top of there. Yeah, nobody can ride Vagar. Ding. One of their people who could potentially command military is out of commission. Ding. And they're going to be looking for the person who betrayed them and making stupid decisions. Which, admittedly, that part did happen from Blood and Cheese. They made the very dumb decision to kill all the rat catchers, which has turned a lot of people onto Aegon's rule and made him look like a tyrant. And also, rat catchers are hired for a reason. Rat catchers are hired because they catch rats, which spread disease. And I would not be shocked if that has serious consequences later in this show.
Oh, that's a fun take.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
And that is the difference, I think, that makes him more evil, is he does not think about the consequences of his evil acts and how they'll compound. It's sort of like, putting Agent Orange in the soil, which is something that happened actually right around here.
I was genuinely, I was about to make that comment.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tap in?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that I would draw a distinction. Evil requires intent. Harm does not. Right? Is it evil to dump a bunch of toxic waste in Love Canal, which is a part of Western New York? Is it evil to do that if you don't understand the harm that it does? I would argue no. It is horribly harmful, and it is your fault, but it does not make you an evil person. It makes you a careless dumbass, and a force for bad in the world, but not an evil person. If you do that knowingly and willingly, I think that's where the scale tips. What do you think?
That's a compelling argument. The problem is he knows there are negative consequences of this, and he's so like laser focused on what he gets out of this that he is not willing to listen. And there's a level of like, there's well-meaning ignorance and there's malicious ignorance.
Malicious and like informed ignorance, right? He knows the bases that he should be covering, and he's choosing not to cover them.
One of my favorite writers of all time is Upton Sinclair, who's famous for saying it's easy for a man not to believe something when his paycheck requires him not to believe it. It's easy for somebody not to believe something when his
when his wife's claim to the throne.
Yeah. And the same thing with Aegon as well. It's very easy for him to view things as justified when he is only thinking about his family's continued existence, and he's tunnel visioned his way into that. I can't have somebody come kill another kid, so what's 50, 60 bodies to ensure that?
Oh, these are good points. I feel like we need a third category, right? It's not harmful or evil. It is maliciously negligent what he has done, right? It is confident uncaringness,
Yes.
right? Not like willfully not caring about he's not seeking out these other unintended consequences. He fully doesn't care about them.
Well, this is like
Right, it's an oil company, right?
Yeah.
They're not seeking to pollute the atmosphere. They fully don't give a shit.
yes, and
Does that make a person evil? That
Yeah.
might make a person evil.
He's
You know what? Yeah, very nice. That's a solid argument.
he's not shooting a man in Reno just to watch him die like Johnny Cash did, but he said that in a song, so I'm pretty sure he was telling the truth. But
He's shooting a man in Reno because he's standing between him and what he wants.
he was told that a man in Reno killed his kids, so he's just shooting every man in Reno until he gets the right guy.
Ooh, does all of this argument, this negligence argument, does this make Rhaenys the evilest character in the series? Knowingly and willingly killing a lot of people, not because she wanted them dead, but because she didn't care.
That was definitely an evil act. I don't know if it was the most evil because that is crashing your car into a crowd of pedestrians, which is horribly evil. But
And not accidentally crashing your car, right? She knew there was pedestrians on the other side of that freeway.
yeah,
She just needed to make an entrance.
there was also no way for her to. That was her last window to get out, basically, or at least it's implied like that, right? The second she flew out afterwards, it would have been clear she was doing it as a I'm going back to Driftmark, which is much closer to Rhaenyra, which implies a lot about where my loyalties lie, and I did it without consulting with anybody first, which makes it seem like I sure am fleeing. And a ballista shooting at her under those conditions is not inconceivable. I think she clears it. I think she gets out in time. The problem is she still chose to run over 20 pedestrians to make her hasty exit.
Yes. And there's a distinction between this and accidentally running over 20 pedestrians. Would you argue that you know what? I think we're going to find out later in the series what exactly Daemon said to Blood and Cheese, because there's that dramatic pause and we don't hear what he says, and then Rhaenyra asks him many times exactly what he said.
Well,
in what I think was a phenomenal scene.
Yes.
Yeah, they say he said a son for a son. How he said that and the words surrounding it are gonna matter.
I like the it's crashing your car into the crowd to warn the president. Depends on what you're warning the president of. Impending nuclear strike?
Ooh, man, it's kind of an impending nuclear strike. That's an argument you could make.
It's not quite. It's an impending coup. What do you think the consequences are of that coup? That's a tough one. If you're confident the coup is going to lead to more people dying.
That's a good argument. Danielle, hello, welcome. Because they catch rats, says Danielle. Yeah. Oh my god, we've had a lot of messages. Thank you again for the donation, by the way, Jasper. Oh, what?
By the way, we didn't talk about the other big political thing that happened. We didn't talk about the funeral, which I thought was a very well done scene.
Yes, I agree.
Which is also, by the way, on my bingo card, so I'm marking my first check.
No!
Wait, the funeral is also on your bingo card. We have the exact
nice.
same
Yeah,
squares.
right. Hang on. I'm gonna bring it over here. Whoop. By the way, we didn't mention this at the beginning. We are accidentally streaming at the same time as Quinn and Fantasy Haven. Sorry, guys. We love you. We didn't mean to.
They started an hour before us.
This
They could
was
be done
just
by now.
this was just the time that we had. I'm sorry. We didn't. I'm sorry, guys. Go give some love to Quinn and Fantasy Haven, please. We love them. They're fantastic.
Tell them to call into the show. Do we have is the number like live? Or are we like missing a ton of calls?
We might be missing a ton of calls. No, we are live. This is a call-in show. If you would like to call in and give your thoughts, please do not hesitate. Give them right on in. In the meantime, I'm going to swap over to this screen. And we are going to fill in some... Boop, is this it? Yeah, we're going to fill in some bingo card stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a funeral happened.
You keep talking. Keep talking. I'll fix this.
Yeah. I would scroll and then we can get just all the boxes and we don't need the title. I'm talking.
I believe in you.
I'm vamping.
I believe in you.
I'm good at the vamping.
You're great.
There we go.
You're fantastic. And I'm so glad to do this fucking show with you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be doing this as well.
Okay. You're not vamping anymore.
Oh shit, you're right. I'm gonna read some of the things that are here on this card off of mine. Some of my favorites. You can. So as I said earlier, half of these are from my debate bingo, and half of these are from my House of the Dragon bingo. And they got mixed up.
There's a remarkable lineup.
Well, I was asshole with bad haircut claims total innocence of a crime was actually for my debate checklist, but actually Damon did this episode, so that
absolutely. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you insult this man's beautiful hair? My God, this is preposterous. How dare you? I'm actually moving this over here so that we can, yeah, there we go. Boom. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So I'm also looking at chat. So tell me of these things what we have seen already.
We talked about the funeral. We talked about the asshole with a bad haircut who talked about how innocent he was of his crimes.
Yep, absolutely.
Man, I almost have.
It's just a funny bit.
I have over here my first down line is I'm gonna start from the bottom and work up to the top. The asshole with bad haircut claims innocence.
Mm-hmm.
Funeral is shown.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon is seen flying, which happens as well.
Dragon is seen flying. Yep. There we go.
Then my last one, I'm gonna skip the fourth one for dramatic tension. Line of succession discussion, which does happen. Unfortunately, in this episode, nobody said my fellow Americans, so I don't think I'm filling that role.
So we're gonna have to, unless we get a call-in that says that.
Yeah, if somebody calls in and says my fellow Americans, they can have me win immediately.
Steve Dory says, "Who's Westerosi Jack Tapper?"
Westerosi Jack Tapper.
Mm-hmm.
Westerosi Jake Tapper. We don't really see. This is interesting. We don't have any sort of. I guess it would be a little bit ahistorical, but not too much. We don't see a ton of like town crier stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That is a bit later, but like we don't have a journalism aspect of Westeros. We get a little bit of like the people messaging from the I think
we are getting a call in. Hold on one second. I have to go here and then here.
Yes.
And then
let them in.
Here and then we're gonna say hold on one second. You are not live yet because Zach and I cannot hear you. Please, you have full control over the sound at this moment, so please don't say anything that will embarrass us. Oh no. Take me to sound settings, please. Speakers, right. Oh no, what a disaster.
It's always fun looking up people's area codes and figuring out what you're
Oh no, I hope whoever this is isn't saying anything that's really embarrassing for us. Alright, say words. Hello! Welcome to the show! Who are we talking to?
It's Silver.
Silver, thank you very much for calling in. How are you?
You're welcome, my fellow Americans.
Woo! Let's go! Hang on, where is it? Where is it? There we go. Zach, this was a great bit. The bingo card's a really good bit.
That was a speed run. I got that knocked out right away.
Zach, did you finish?
I said if somebody calls in and says,
Let's go! Zach just won. We're gonna keep playing though.
Yes.
Silver, thank you very much for oh, I think people at home can't hear you, Silver. There we go. All right, people at home should be able to hear you now.
Okay.
Silver, please do tell us what your Dragon Show takes are today.
Okay. Well, I should start by saying that I'm not familiar enough with Fire and Blood to have a very good guess on where like the show is going, which means conveniently that any of my speculation can't be spoilers.
Okay. This is a fantastic problem to have.
Yes. But I will note that so far we've had 2 episodes this season. And both episodes have had a ridiculously dark, tragic comedy, harebrained heist. And I hope we get one every episode.
Yeah, there's like a Metal Gear Solid style like plot device in every single episode so far. You need to go in and you need to assassinate somebody, and you need to do it covertly, and then you need to switch places with somebody else who is also your twin. They should get the House of Dragon writers to make a Metal Gear Solid TV show. If the wonderful thing is if the pacing is crazy and all over the place and the characterization is rushed, that's just close to the actual show.
Now, Silver, I'd like to point out you are not familiar.
Or games, rather.
You're not familiar with Fire and Blood. However,
I'm not very familiar now.
I have fantastic news. There are several more occurrences in this story where this could be appropriate.
Oh, good. Very nice. Yeah.
This is not the last time something like this happens. As a matter of fact, it might happen like 3 more times. There might be a Metal Gear Solid sneaking scene like 3 more times.
This season, yeah.
Yeah.
Not just in the show. This season it might happen 3 more times.
Oh my god.
And pretty much the rest of the
feel
season will either have a sneaky scene or a full-on combat scene in every episode. Because there's only 8 episodes, and we're getting through the most sneaky and like conflicts break out haphazardly part of the war.
I feel like everyone is talking about how dark and like tragic the show is, which is fair because I mean, come on, like I've seen these episodes, but also like there's just it's a farce. it's terrible.
It's like a tragedy of errors and not just a comedy of errors. It's people are making dumb decisions and the consequences. More people die than need to die.
I have heard this criticism, and I think it's a very reasonable criticism, actually. But I adore it. These are extremely imperfect people, and I think that's really interesting. And Silver, go. Go ahead.
I did not mean to present it as a criticism, just a feature, just an observation, really. But it's wild. It's wild.
How did you? And we haven't talked about it too terribly much. How did you feel about the amazing sneaking, like assassination attempt this episode?
It's so one thing that I didn't know about Fire and Blood is that Sir Eric and Sir Arik like kill each other under these kinds of circumstances. Like I had that general idea.
Which is actually
I didn't realize
one of the earlier books that they like wrote out way ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize that Sir Eric like killed himself, if that's even in the books. Like that was just very sad.
In the book, it's unclear what there's a possible reading of he died of his injuries after successfully defending Rhaenyra, and the reading that he killed himself overwhelmed with grief is equally as plausible.
Yes.
What is known is the fight was so brutal and traumatic that neither of them walked away from it. Is the only thing that all the sources agree upon.
Big shout out to Alt Shift X. His like breakdown videos are really, really good. his breakdown videos are I don't need to explain this to anyone watching this, but breakdown videos are fantastic. He went through and talked about how in the book. Wait, I might be confusing my explain YouTubers with pleasant accents. But in the show, I'm sorry, in the book, there's several different explanations. Mushroom, I think, says that they both died in seconds. Munkin, I think, says that they both drew their swords, declared their love for each other, and fought for like a brutal, bloody hour. In song-worthy combat. And I forget the name of the other one. He says that in 2 swipes they both had injuries that were mortal. One of them died immediately, and one of them took 4 days to die. And that's one of the themes. That's one of the reasons that I like this book so much.
Yeah,
is everything is complex and muddy. No two stories completely agree with each other, and I think that's so cool.
Well, they actually talked about this recently, and the showrunners, of how they wanted to make sure that they were reading the way that it happens different whenever they could, in a way that still conformed to the realities we know coming out of it, which I think is a smart way to handle it. And it's definitely working a lot more believably this season than it did in the first one. I believe Blood and Cheese, that could be a way it went down, and then it was embellished later through propaganda, and because it's such a sensational story anyways, the fact that it gets more sensationalized at a certain point is just completely normal. All right, receiving enough video?
Yeah. In chat, can you tell me if the video looks okay? Because thank you very much. Silver, do you have any final thoughts? I think we might have some technical issues, so I think I have to let you go here in a minute.
Lagging. Oh no.
Yeah, sure. So I guess I'll start with my final thoughts. Will be the thought that literally popped into my mind at the end of the fight, which is that Rhaenyra is in a horror story.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Since basically declaring, she's just been on the sidelines and has had just an unfathomable amount of political chaos happening to her and around her.
She has very little agency in all the things that have happened too. There's nothing she could have done different. It is just a horror story.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you very much for calling in. Silver, always fantastic. Have a great night, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Bye. I like this. This is an extremely fun bit that we do. In chat, can you please tell me if the video looks reasonably smooth? Does it look okay? Nick says got a little bit of buffering, a couple buffers from Jasper. Maybe we just had a little bit of.
It might have been a little bit of clipping, yeah.
Looks weird. There's just 2 ugly blokes on my screen. What? Whoa.
It might be in front of us. It might.
Are you sure they're not standing between you and the computer?
It's possible.
Zach, riff for just a moment, please.
Yes. So, no, I want to talk about actually that last bit there. That Rhaenyra has, since Lucerys died, almost no agency in all the things that have happened. She has very little control. And I think that is going to set up her overcorrecting later when she does have control. The fact that all these things happened to her and she was basically a passenger to all of it is going to inform her more active decisions later, because it feels like right now she's powerless and she can't do anything. And as soon as she gets that power, she's going to be like, okay, now I can try and fix things. Now I can try and do things better. And she might get a little too hands-on with her decision-making. I think it's where her character is going. You're going to get this whole period where she is just experiencing tragedy after tragedy, and there's nothing she can do, which will make it when she is accidentally creating tragedies of her own making all the more compelling, because you get where it came from.
You know what's interesting? Speaking of, by the way, that...
Oh, I don't know why I'm
do you want to just scooch forward a little bit?
I could. It's also, I turned to talk a little bit, which is probably why.
Yeah.
This is very cardioid mic.
Thank you very, Bob. Thank you very much for the audio tips. We're always having trouble. It's funny that we're talking about horror movie stuff. Oh, we are getting a call in. Oh, I know who this is.
I also recognize this number.
Oh, they hung up. No. Bye.
Bye. You're welcome to call in.
Yeah,
you are allowed.
lines are now open. And a secret caller. If you want to call back in, you're more than welcome to call in again. No, this is perfect. It's funny that we're talking about horror movies. Well, there we go.
There you go.
Oh,
This is on purpose.
all right. I'm beginning to suspect something. Oh, there's another one. I wonder if Google Voice decided to block her. That'd be fun. We're talking about horror movies, and there was this one particular scene that really got me. It was when Allison slipped into the bathtub.
Yes.
Do you remember this scene?
Yes.
Where she slips into the bathroom, the bathtub. She slipped under the bathtub, under the surface of the water, and then she opened her eyes. And I swear, I thought we were gonna get a shot reverse shot. We were getting a call again. We got a shot reverse shot of
Every single time you go to press the...
Yeah, it seems to be hanging up on people. Interesting.
Well, that's a different number this time.
That is a different number. Okay.
Well, hold on. Let's call that person back. Do you recognize that number?
No, I don't. Let me go ahead and turn... okay, Do Not Disturb is off, so calls should be open. Maybe it's the connection.
No, I don't think that should be the problem. I think people are just letting it ring twice. Maybe.
Yeah, people just hanging out. People get nervous. It's okay. I understand. You don't need to be nervous. My phone is doing this thing where it's hanging itself up after 2 rings. Hang on. You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do boop and then boop and then boop. Let's see if this works.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello. All right, we have successfully called someone back.
hi.
Hang on.
This is
Zara, I think I need to pull your volume down a little bit.
no. Everyone has to suffer my full volume.
Speaking of, you're peaking the mic with every syllable. Bring it to a normal person volume.
This is normal for a conversation.
I am talking normally. This
Zara,
is just how I am.
Zara, welcome to the show. Give us your Dragon Show takes.
Hi. So I haven't been able to see much of the new episode, but I want to talk about last episode because I missed the call-in show. That was after my bedtime.
Sure.
So Kurgan and Jace are fucking down hard. The entire conversation that they had at the wall was entirely Kurgan saying, look, I get it. I understand the whole point of this whole I'm the Lord of the North instead of the King means I'm supposed to, fuck whoever the next king is. I get it. I'm not bottoming, though. That's your job.
I wish that you're reading a lot of gay into that scene that I really wish was there, but I don't know if I see it. Knowing how distant these characters are probably going to be for a while, it feels like if there was a time for them to have a gay sex scene. What?
No, I got a take on this.
You got a take?
I do. I have a take, and Zara, you're gonna love this. That wall, that image of the wall is that is a practical set. They built that set. They would not build that set if that was the last scene at the wall.
I have bad news. They built that set for the previous show and just kept it because they knew they were going to make more.
Zara, I'm sorry, I have bad news. I have terrible news. That is the end. That is probably the end of it for this season.
So probably not gonna.
Look, it
The
doesn't
window of
matter. It
opportunity
doesn't
for that.
matter if it's on there. We all know in our hearts, after reading that letter, after hearing that news, Jace needed someone to comfort him, and Kurgan was there. He went into those fucking warm Stark arms in this cold, cold place, made ever colder by the loss of his brother, and he got railed.
Oh yeah, this flashback Sean Bean looking motherfucker, absolutely.
They really put him in like
Yeah.
Sean Bean makeup.
Yeah, they did.
I bet he doesn't look that much
Well,
like
it
Sean
wasn't-
Bean in real life.
It wasn't even the makeup. He has the Sean Bean jaw naturally, and they did the hair. They got the Sean Bean hair on him.
You know what he got? He has the Sean Bean stance. He stands
That's-
like
yeah.
Sean Bean.
Like he just the twinkified Sean Bean sucked the brains out of Jace. Like it's just that is just
yeah. Yeah, happy Pride, everybody.
yeah. This was the Dragon Show's Pride episode. Look, in the book, think about what Kurgan does after the Greens kill his boyfriend.
Whoa. No spoilers.
Sorry.
After things happen.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I think that's,
at this point, only spoilers up to episode 2, okay?
Okay, I apologize.
We don't know how that, because there's a lot of interpretations of that scene in the book. Mine was always that it was a very Ned Stark sort of I have a duty to see this through, right? I have a duty to make sure laws were followed, and even if this is not the most like politically wise choice, we've met Ned Stark, we've met Robb Stark. The Stark family has a long tradition of being like, well, these are the rules, and it's gonna bite me in the ass eventually to follow them to the letter. But god damn it, somebody wrote those letters. They really should be lawyers.
Okay.
The Starks.
I will say, have I talked about my theory on the Starks, Winterfell, and the Wall before?
I don't think so. Go ahead and hit us with it. But
Okay,
hang on,
so-
before you do, I'd like to shout out a comment. Steve says, quote, Barth had the truth of it. Targaryens aren't one thing. They are like flames. Tops one day and power bottoms the next.
Yeah, look, Jace may be a top in every other situation. Whenever Kurgan's around, he is bent over, ready.
Just like Corlys and Rhaenys this episode.
Yeah.
It said when the Targaryen comes out of the closet, the gods flip a coin.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! What a joke! Let's go! I'm always worried, Zach. I'm always worried that this is going to be the funniest joke we ever tell. And that's a goddamn contender! Let's go! Shit! Fuck yeah! Oh my god, I love this channel.
It's great.
Zara, continue.
Okay, before I get to the wall, quick thing. Are those shirts available for sale? Can we be rocking some fucking Interesting Nerd Club merch?
What shirts? Zach, you were muted to that. Oh my god. These shirts are not currently available for purchase. I do have the domain set up for the store. I have not set it up yet.
We'll probably, we have this shirt.
I'll do it.
Okay, because like I need one to cut up and make all slutty and torn up for punk shows and really confuse people trying to figure out what band it is.
Yes! And then you have to explain to people that it's this stupid YouTube channel. All right, Zara.
No punk band in history has ever used a font this
Okay,
level.
the wall.
Zara, give us your final take, and then we'll take you, and then we'll let you go.
All right, perfect. So the thing that I want to talk about with the wall, I think. So first of all, the Starks are magic. We are all in agreement on that, correct? Starks is just out there doing magic. Even though supposed to be dead and gone. They're just doing magic. I think the Starks have always been magic. And I think part of their magic is bound up in the wall in the way it was created. And I think that it is important for whatever deal they made with the Children of the Forest that there is a Stark in Winterfell and there is a Stark on the wall. They don't need to bear the family name, but they do need the familial.
They need some. That's why Benjen's there, and then Jon is there as well because they have the Stark blood. And then you can look through the past and be like, Bran the Builder was a Stark. That could be the case. Also, that whether it's magic or not, it also means that there's always somebody who has a pulse on the wall who can talk to the person in Winterfell, who can keep track and make sure there is still a Stark in Winterfell and intervene if necessary with an army.
Yes. And whatever, part of the magic that makes the wall work for keeping, whether it's the White Walkers or the others out, it is bound up in that compact. Which is also why the Starks are like that about things, because the reason they're like that about rules is because they're abiding by a fairy. They are, even if they don't really know this, they're always abiding by this fairy pact from fucking centuries or millennia ago.
Zara, I'm gonna stop you right there. We'll do a fairy lore call-in episode at some point, but we're not having this discussion without Mira here.
Look, I
need
to talk.
You said the word fairies, which means that if Mira's not here, we have to stop.
Yeah, so somewhere Mira Reed sat up and looked around. Zara, thank you very much for calling in.
All right, have a good one.
Have a good night.
I wanna shout out Fantasy Haven. Who's
Fantasy Haven, thank you very much. I'm so sorry that we streamed your show. We didn't mean to. I'm so sorry.
We had no idea until we were setting up.
Literally, we went live, and then Zach was like, Fantasy Haven's on right now, right? So we're sorry. I'm so sorry. All 25 of these viewers.
29.
We're up to 29.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're all leaving the other stream. Thank you very much for dropping in. It's 2 a.m. and I wanted to show my anger. Yes.
That's all I do at 2 a.m.
Yes. We're in here talking about House of the Dragon Takes. Once again, this is a call-in show, so if anyone wants to call in, they can do so at the link at the number on the screen.
Do we want to call in that other person who called, or do we think that's also Zara?
I think that is Zara's dad. If I was to wager.
That'd be fun. Do we want to call Zara's dad? Zara's dad is watching House of the Dragon. We can get Zara's dad's takes.
We'll do that in a future episode. We'll keep that. We'll save that number and call back Zara's dad later.
It would be funny if we got a separate 716 caller right afterwards who we're skipping over. That'd be really fun.
Fantasy Haven says, I love the idea of these streams. I'd be way too scared to accept random ass calls. Very reasonable.
We put behave yourselves there for a reason.
Mm-hmm. So far, the only people who have trolled us have been other YouTubers. Yes. Those are the only people who have given us shit.
And it was funny every single time.
Yeah, and I cannot dispute that it was funny. Zach, would you like to return to our ongoing bingo game?
So let's try and get you some points here.
Hang on. All right, we're going. It's right here.
Vizzy T was mentioned.
Vizzy T was mentioned. Yes. Okay.
I don't think that shows your real number.
I think you're right. I think that I think that just shows the Google Voice numbers. We are going right here.
We might need to cut that part out.
We might need to. It's fine. No stress, and in fact, no worries. We're gonna go right here. Do not disturb is now off, and we are flipping back. Bonk, bonk, and bonk, and whoop.
I should be able to see the stream. I'll let you know.
Bonk. There we are, and let's see what we can. All right. So Zach, what can we cross out on this list?
What can we cross out on the list? We can cross out Vizzy T being mentioned.
We absolutely can. Shoop. Shoop. All right.
Let's see. Well, I want to talk about Vizzy T getting.
Yeah,
mentioned.
please do.
There's a wonderful contrast here because we get the Daemon who fought for him to be on the throne, who fought for Rhaenyra to follow him up after it was clear that was his intention, criticizing him for every single decision he made, questioning his rule, and talking about how not like great of a ruler he was and how he was making very bad decisions basically. And yes, I put Green New Deal there for the pun. Yes,
Absolutely.
that was nobody put more effort into keeping him on the throne than Daemon did. Starting from like his support at the Great Council, which we admittedly don't see, but he does a lot of work to support his brother on the throne and to support Rhaenyra's claim. And he's the one saying that, you know, we need to move on from Vizzy T's style of rule. We need to not be like him. And he actually made a mistake in picking you as heir. Versus you have Otto, who is always planning to perform a coup, who has been like conspiring against him the whole time, reflecting on how much of a better ruler he was, despite the fact that he went out of his way to undo his succession plan very much on purpose. And I thought that was a neat contrast. I thought that was a very good like set of the war is now got to the point where it is guaranteed, it is bloody, and it is going to lead probably to, you know, one side being completely beat. There is no way to talk your way out of this war without multiple bodies piling up, and everybody realizes that now. And that has led them to start to resent their own political origins, where they came from, how they got here, the things they did. They're already starting to regret, not even a month into this conflict.
I agree wholeheartedly. I want to talk about
Lights on, it's getting dark.
yeah. We have Cal says, I want to call in, but have you covered any episode 2 dragon lore references?
Dragon lore.
We have done no dragon lore so far this stream. So what dragon lore could we go over from episode 2? Did they go over any dragon lore? Unless we're talking about like the zoom in like pictures, the zoom in images. Like people have been like hunting, like getting like high res. Oh goodness. Hello. Give me 1 second. Hello, you are on the air. Who are we talking to?
Hello.
Hello, you're on the air.
Okay, yes, it's Cal, like Cal Drogo, Cal.
Welcome to the show.
So I have 2 points. One, I am very upset that House Nerds did not have the Vampire V reference at all in the sigil. But second point, coming into the like Dragon Lore piece, it was very quick, and I want to rewatch it, but I'm just gonna throw this out there and see if it sticks at all. But when Rhaenyra was sitting down right before Mysaria came in and she was like interrogating her and questioning her, she was looking through those scrolls. It was very much giving Daemon when he was over in Pentos, like just reading the histories, and there was an image in there which in my mind was very reminiscent. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but like sort of with medieval Christian architecture, like referencing a trinity. There was like a circle with 3 divisions in it, and it had different heads, like just a circle with 3 heads. And I don't know if it was referencing directly dragons itself, but it seemed to be an old Valyrian text. It was checking some of the boxes of what we know so far about dragon lore, thinking about the tapestry in the beginning. So that was the reference there. But yeah, that's all I was like kind of curious about. I want to rewatch it to see, because there was another page that had other images and text. Not sure if Valyrian, not sure if in common tongue or whatever, but yeah.
This I think is really interesting. I haven't zoomed, and Zach, I wonder if you could find any of these images over on the other screen over here. I haven't seen any of the. I know that they exist, but I haven't seen any of these like zoom in pages. Can you describe it for me one more time?
Yeah, so it's like, I guess it's the shot like right as Mazzari is coming in. It's almost like she kind of interrupted Rhaenyra as she was studying. I wish I had a time marker on hand or something like that, but I know it's within that scene that she's like sitting at her desk basically. Mazzari is talking to her, and behind her you see like there's where all the scrolls are. So it's like it's probably from that collection. But yeah.
Council.
Ooh. This is something that I don't know how to phrase. That I haven't been doing with this season of the show. I haven't been like pausing and zooming and like checking out the specific stuff.
Yeah, same here.
But the fact that the showrunners are giving it this kind of attention to detail, like I think about High Tide last season, like these little pieces, it is extraordinary to me. It's so fantastic.
I wanna the one thing I did notice is that pretty much every scene has like an obscene amount of detail. I was thinking when Alicent goes into the bathtub, that is the only scene where you cannot tell it's in a fantasy setting. The only like moment on screen you cannot tell this is set in a like fantasy world, or at least a medieval world. Because it is just her face underwater in like a bathtub that could just be like rustic. Every other thing, it's like, yeah, there's a guy in like armor that is clearly like important armor. There's a dragon in the background. And the level of detail is clearly something they're thinking a ton about. That's something that even in the bad seasons of the Bad Dragon show, they always got
my
the
first thought
aesthetic
was
right.
the Starbucks cup. As you were mentioning that.
With one notable exception, like the show always looked good when they weren't doing day for night. Even in that terrible episode where Dany burns down King's Landing, spoilers. Even in that episode, it looks visually very nice. It's just the characters are doing a bunch of pointless nonsense for no reason, and it's really drawn out and not all that interesting to watch. But it looks gorgeous. This show looks gorgeous and is interesting to watch, much like the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and I want to Cal, I want to bounce off what you're talking about over here. You were discussing, am I correct in saying that they're like in the library when they're having that conversation? And
it very much seemed like her office. I mean, like it kind of seemed like, okay, there's the room with the painted table, then that's the war room. This one looked more like the West Wing, but I don't know if there's a library, but there were books and scrolls there. But yeah.
And like there's this one shot that like had me like craning my neck, because maybe it's when she's talking to Daemon, not Massaria, where in the background you can see these like cross-hatched shelves with dozens, maybe hundreds of scrolls.
We're probably talking about the same. Yeah.
All I was thinking, I had the same thought as I did when Jon is talking to Sam early in Feast for Crows and Dance with Dragons, when Jon interrupts him when he's doing a lore dump, and all I want to do is be like, no, like
Keep
no,
doing the lore
stop,
dump.
no, go
Keep
back,
doing the lore.
Stop it, I want to hear. Thank you very much for calling in, Cal. Do you have any final thoughts?
Y'all do some great stuff. I was thinking about like just I've been catching up and like I've been watching like other YouTubers and whatnot. I think I really love y'all's approach where if we just take some hilarity and just throw it at stuff, you can kind of just end up with fact patterns that lead to other theories and whatnot. So
yeah.
Half the time this was just a mental exercise, just testing the lore. But also, sometimes you'll find some pots of gold. So great stuff that y'all doing.
Sometimes we stumble into real stuff. It's wild. Well, thank you very much for checking in. Have a great night, okay?
Yep.
As I said in our last video that came out, we will have the most correct theories by the time The Winds of Winter is out, and the lowest percentage of theories that are correct.
Our theories will at the same time be the most correct and the least correct.
We will be #1 for things guessed correctly, and last place for percentage of correct theories. Yes. which are two very distinct things.
From Kirsty. Hello, Kirsty. Thank you very much for popping in. Does it say in the book with the page? Does it say in the book with the page Rhaenyra ripped out that Daenerys the Dreamer was the rider of Balerion? No, I believe that is a show invention.
Yeah.
Which is not to say it's show exclusive. That is just new for the show. We haven't talked about that at all.
No.
That's one of the pieces of lore in the show that has like really that has like lodged itself in my brain. Because I was gonna make this a theory, but we can just do it live.
Yeah.
Daenerys the Dreamer rode Balerion.
Yes.
Aegon rode Balerion. Maegor rode Balerion.
Yeah.
Viserys rode Balerion.
Yes.
All four of these people are well-known dreamers.
Yes.
Did anybody else, can someone in the chat tell me, did anyone else ride Balerion in the interim? And you're gonna have to race Zach right now. Zach is Googling so fast.
I'm searching for something else. Give me all the riders of Balerion again. We have
It's Aegon the First.
Yeah, Aegon.
Maegor the First. Viserys the First, and Daenerys the Dreamer we just learned. I think there might be someone between Maegor and Viserys. Actually, I'm pretty confident that there is. But I don't know off the top of my head. And that makes me wonder if there is something about those individuals. Oh, Steve says the joyride of Arya. But Arya Targaryen, I don't know if she's a rider of Balerion. She just sort of is on Balerion. But then again, she does like hang out with Balerion for 2 years.
Every single person who rode Balerion who sat the Iron Throne was cut by it.
Every single person who sat the Iron Throne was cut by it.
But like notably so.
Everybody was notably cut by the Iron Throne.
Jamie never was cut. He sat on it.
Yeah, but he didn't sit at the Iron Throne, you fucking nerd.
What if the Iron Throne? What if sitting on Balerion is bad for you? What if like Balerion is a known carcinogen?
What if riding Balerion makes you more in tune with like the capability of like a dragon from Valyria?
Yeah,
makes it easier for you to become a dreamer.
I think I agree. There's a magical effect to having been near Balerion, and that explains a lot of things about characters. Is that because Aegon was notably like every drawing we have of him shows him as being fit as fuck, right?
Oh yeah, my dude is ripped.
He died at 63.
That doesn't seem
That's not unreasonable, but like he died of a stroke suddenly and unexpectedly. He was healthy right up until that moment. Now that can happen with strokes. That's not.
I don't know.
That's not implausible until you realize that Maegor and Vizzy T also had serious health problems throughout their entire lives. Now Maegor, I believe, is a homunculus, so that just explains that to me. But Vizzy T had health problems that killed him pretty young.
Yeah, but like 63 is not like who was it that we talked about? Jaehaerys II?
Yeah.
Maybe Jaehaerys III? Aerys the Second's father.
Yeah.
Died suspiciously young.
Yes.
63 I think is not suspiciously young.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, we're getting the
Oh,
call.
hello. Give me 1 second. Bonk. Hello, thank you for calling
Wait,
in.
you didn't actually press
Oh,
the
no, I
button?
didn't press it. Hang on, I'm going.
Hello, thank you for calling in.
You are on the... Zach has slipped into his NPR voice.
Hello.
Thank you very much for calling in. You're on the air.
Oh, great. This is the Interesting Nerd Club, right?
This is absolutely correct. You might, like, I heard you say the word idiot, and you're thinking of our second show.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Hello, who do we have?
Jasper.
Jasper, thank you very
Hello.
much for calling in. How are you?
No problem. I wanted to be the first one, but work is a little busy. But glad you still got calls either way.
Yeah, Jasper, this is Jasper from the YouTube channel Jasper Lane. some fantastic videos with some really cool art in a lot of the videos that I'm very fond of.
Yeah, I got an amazing artist. His name is, he changes it all the time, but his Instagram is Mal Solo, so you can check out a lot of his work there.
Very cool. Give us your finest House of the Dragon takes. We're also just riffing on dragon lore right now.
Yeah, we're talking about dragons a lot.
Yeah.
So it's no small secret that I'm maybe not the most negative, but a fairly negative Game of Thrones fan in general. And personally, I wasn't a fan of the first season. I think it was okay at best. And I was also not a fan of the first episode of this season. But the second one, I think this is pretty good. I might have some changes as I rewatch it. But right now, I think it's one of the best, second best in my book. Now, I want to kind of pose this question to you guys. I know you guys are much more positive about the show, but do you in general have any critiques or issues with it?
Yeah, I'm back and forth. Like, I'm in a 7 to 9 range on this episode, and I was in an 8 to 9 range on the previous one.
Mark it on the bingo card.
Mark it on the bingo card. But the reason for that is everything perfectly built to the end of the last episode. Whether you like it or not, that episode was the road to blood and cheese. Every scene informed the next, and it was very like prestige TV. It feels like a really good episode of Breaking Bad. By the end, something like happens that was only built up by things we knew from before the episode, informing every scene, setting off dominoes for something really cool to happen at the end. Some of my favorite episodes, like my favorite episode of Better Call Saul, Plan and Execution, is that episode. Everything sets up the next scene so that something dramatic is justified at the very end.
My favorite, perhaps our shared favorite episode of, my favorite episode of Star Trek is In the Pale Moonlight,
Which
where
is very similar.
everything leads up to what happens at the end.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And those are really good episodes to catch. And that last episode had that factor, and I like where it got us. This one does not quite end like that, and I was hoping for more of a definitive final scene. I was like, either the twin battle or the dismissal of Otto Hightower had potentials to be that climactic cut to credit scene. I'm glad for the battle that we didn't, because you need some room to breathe after that a little bit. I think that if there was one thing that would have knocked us up to a 10 for me, is dramatic dismissal of Otto Hightower. He is flabbergasted, slams door, end episode would have been incredible. But I get why they didn't do that. They don't want to end every single episode on a cliffhanger, and you need some breathing room, especially in an 8-episode season. I feel in a longer season, there could have been another episode between to like space some things out a little bit, get the twin battle this episode. Next episode ends dismissal of Otto's hand, and that can be a dramatic scene. And then there could be another episode in between that and some of the other stuff we know is coming that's not going to end as dramatically.
Jasper, why don't you, if you want to, you can respond to that, and then I will. I have a couple of criticisms of my own.
All right. Well, first, I hate to actually you a bit, but the second episode did not end on the dismissal of Otto. Instead, we get the best
Zach
scene.
wanted that to be the
I
end.
wanted it to. It ended on a sex scene, which was underwhelming.
Oh,
Hey,
gosh.
it was.
Okay,
It
so
sure
I
wasn't
misunderstood you.
underwhelming for Allison.
I mean, I think those are all fair. Going back to like the first episode, I think I was pretty much okay with like a lot of the build up to it. There were some things that I found a bit goofy, like for example, having Damon put on his crime hoodie and get
I
to
love
King's
his
Landing.
crime cloak. His crime cloak is
Do you
so
guys-
fun.
Do you guys not have a crime outfit for when you're
Yeah,
committing crime?
you guys don't have a skulking hood. Yeah, I agree with you. 100%, Jasper. That's stupid. It's amazing, and I love it, but
Yeah.
it's stupid.
The fact that he has a crime hoodie is dumb, and I'm never complaining about it.
but a lot of my issues with how it ended is just that I felt like Fire and Blood handled it better. Some people said that, they were making Blood and Cheese too cartoonishly evil in the book, or I say they, George R. R. Martin. But I mean, in the show, they have them kick a dog and threaten to kill each other. And they're already trying to kill a kid. So I don't think we have to worry about them being too evil. They're already terrible.
We know that one thing they do historically is decapitate a child, so it's hard to get more evil than that. Like, they could have played a soccer match afterwards. That would have been a little bit with the kid's head. That's the implication.
Oh, okay.
That would have been more evil. That would have been way more evil. I agree. But it also would have been too silly.
I think basketball is.
Oh, they like dunk it out the window?
No, they try to dribble, it just doesn't come back up.
Oh.
Jasper,
I mean, I'm glad they're both dead.
Jasper, would you like to hear a couple of my criticisms?
No, I think I'm good. But no, of course I'd love to hear them.
As the individuals watching this will probably know, I tend to be very positive. I love liking stuff. But Mira's here. Yes, we do have shirts. However, like I can see things wrong just as well as everybody else. And one of the things that got me this episode, Zach, given the video essays that you work on, I don't think this is a secret anymore.
Yeah.
You and I have worked in and around politics before in our lives.
Many times.
And one of the things that I understand very deeply is optics.
Yes.
And that was one of the themes of this episode.
I was like, kudos. They understand like optics and like the fact that you, as a government entity, have to be able to respond to things in a way that like people understand. Yes.
And like Otto obliging Alicent and Helena to ride in the procession was heartbreaking and chef's kiss brilliant from an optics perspective. And then near the end of the episode, Otto's like really fantastic blow up scene where he explodes on Aegon, I loved it, and it was over the murder of the rat catchers. And this is going to be a hot take. Kind of felt like an overreaction.
I thought it was justified, but
where it is justified from a moral perspective, but from an optics perspective, like, I don't know, just put out the story. Like, Otto just put out the story that we had proof that
a rat catcher did.
Well, no, we knew it was a conspiracy among all of them, right?
No,
we knew that it was everybody.
My argument's slightly different, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Mine is that was a justifiable thing to blow up at him because there's consequences. There are people who will turn on the crown who are of the King's Landing middle class because they have a public servant.
Mira, blowing up at him was justified. Blowing up at him was justified from a moral perspective. The murder was not justified from a moral perspective.
No.
Go ahead, Zach.
He has every right to view that as the wrong thing to do optically as well. And I think he's right that this will turn some important people on the crown. And I think Hugh Hammer is going to be our litmus test for how the people on the ground feel.
Isn't that a cool change in Hugh Hammer's
He might
character?
be my favorite character by the end of the show. He's
Maybe,
already
yeah.
one of my favorite characters in the book. So, anyways, Hugh is already starting to think the crown's full of shit. This is only going to make it worse. And the complaint is privately going to him to argue about that was never going to work. He should have tried to start something at a small council meeting. He should have waited until he had the small council there to bring it up and then try to get some people onto his side of the argument. That way, he had a good shot of convincing through overwhelming argument Aegon that he's wrong. Because if it's just him and Cole there, Cole, who he already knows was part of that plot, he's going into an argument that he's guaranteed to lose against somebody who can fire him. That was the wrong time to start being somebody's grandpa when he should have been their advisor.
Well, but this is it. We'll come back to that in a second. Jasper, I want to give you a chance to respond to that before we let you go, because we actually have multiple calls coming in on the back end.
No, I think that's good. I mean, I can understand it, but a lot of it is where, what I like about, at least with that kind of criticism, it's that, it seems more like a criticism of the character rather than the writing, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, Otto maybe did things wrong, but it still makes sense that he did that wrong. But anyways, I'll hop off here and I'll let more people call because I got my own channel I got to record and bark stuff at. But you guys have a wonderful night.
Thank you very much,
thank
Jasper. And go check out Jasper's channel. It's very cool. Strongly recommended. Jasper, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jasper.
Bye-bye.
Bonk. I'm sorry to whoever just called in. I have turned Do Not Disturb back off, so the lines are now open. And we are carrying right along. Okay, so
I have a guest who called in, but
hey. Hang on, I'm hopping over here. I'm gonna wager that this is gonna be a call about optics. Hello, you are on the air. Who do we have?
Hey, it's Mira.
Hello! I had a feeling it might be.
it's great. It's great when I recognize the phone number calling in. I'm like, I know the conversation we're about to have.
Oh, Cool is here. Thank you very much for dropping in. Cool, and Kirsty and Pyramidian. Pyramidian. That's how I'm going to choose to pronounce it until corrected.
Pyramidian, yeah.
Pyramidian. I see you in chat a lot, and I dodge your name for that reason. I'm going to try to get it today. Mira, give us your House of the Dragon takes.
I will right after I tell you the story about how Chables was chabless for like a month.
This is phenomenal. This is excellent.
I mean, that was basically it, but yeah. Hey Chables.
What
Oh
was
my
one of these
goodness.
Chables where, because there's a wonderful moment that people make fun of in Best of the Worst, Red Letter Media show, where Rich Evans says folding chable instead of folding table, and what he meant was folding chair. And I've always wondered if Chables is a reference to that moment.
I believe that Chables is a portmanteau of Chables' name, which I'm not going to say unless Chables says it.
Yeah.
But I'm instead going to hop back to Mira.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I've got 20 billion things to say. But I wanted to talk about Otto since that's what was the hot topic of conversation when I
Yes, let's talk about Otto.
Okay, so I keep spoiling parts of my episode 9 essay. But that conversation between Mazaria and Otto, people say that the MacGuffin hunt in episode 9 was pointless, and it wasn't, and I've got a whole essay about it. But when Otto sits down with Mazaria bargains to get rid of the child fighting pits. Now, the very important thing in the child pits is that Aegon's children are there, Aegon's bastards. And if we are comparing somebody's parenting style to their governing style, Aegon is the worst king in the history of shit kings on the planet. Because he left his bastards to starve and fight each other for entertainment. Oops. Speaking of neglecting our children, my baby monitor just beats. He's fine. He's fine. He's in an air-conditioned house.
Okay, all right.
Surprisingly, I don't have proposes controversial new fighting tournament on the bingo card, but it would count for both the debate and for this series.
As would Bad Parent, funnily enough.
Yeah. But there's a lot of overlap now that I think about it.
Yeah, we can do this as a bit. Sorry, Mira, continue.
No, you're fine. But so, in terms of whether, how bad Aegon's action was and, how proportional Otto's reaction was, that I think for a while he's been in denial of, like a lot of fathers and grandfathers are, like Corlys was about Laenor, like, oh, he'll just like outgrow being gay. It's like, no, he's just gay. Aegon's just hateful and violent. I mean, perhaps there was a time long, long ago that he might not have been that way, but I think it was this realization that not only, like, that on Aegon's part, it wasn't just a mistake, it was malicious. And, like, that whole exchange that Otto knew, I don't think Otto knew. He said, the people are going to hate you for this. And that's when Aegon's face changed. Up until then, he didn't really care what Otto was telling him. But that was what cut him, because he never had the love of his father, and now he realizes he's lost the love of his public. And where was I going with all this? Yeah, but so Otto, having to face the fact that he has torched the realm and put his entire family on the line, his name, his honor, all of it, for this kid who is evil. And Mazaria tried to warn him. If he had investigated the pits when she told him to, he would have known. Because that's what she said, I expect you to close them down. And if he had gone to the pits, he would have found Aegon's bastards, and he would have known then what he found out with the rat catchers. My thesis.
He and Alicent both had all of the information that they needed to know what sort of person Aegon is. And both of them confidently elected to ignore that information.
Yeah, because it was the most politically expedient and easy argument for them to make. They ignored the fact that that decision was going to have real political and humanitarian consequences that anybody could have seen coming, who has spent 20 minutes talking to this guy.
Well, so some of the other things that he did that I would argue are bad, in isolation, you could try to make excuses. You could try to bury your head in the sand, especially prior to becoming king. All brothers fight. All big brothers kind of razz their little brothers. And, these girls might be saying it was rape because they don't want to get in trouble. Maybe it really was consensual. That each individual action of Aegon's, you could try to excuse away in your head. And with this, Otto couldn't hide it. Oh, that was the other part of my thesis, that Alicent's message to Aegon was always, what did she say to him about Aemond? You can cough him about at home as much as you like, but to the outside world, he's your brother, and we have to present a united front to and so Aegon first showed his cards with the child fighting pits, because a lot of people were confused about that too. They were like, yeah, it's bad, but he's not out there killing people. And I'm like, no, this is far worse than killing people.
Absolutely.
He is entertained by human suffering.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's entertained by human suffering and entertained by the suffering of his own children, meaning he would be entertained as a king by the suffering of his own subjects.
I think it is, and I don't think this has been explicitly demonstrated yet, but I imagine we will see entertained by his own hand in other people's suffering, entertained by the idea of pushing people into battle, right? Putting his own children at risk in the fighting pits is entertaining to him, and putting his own soldiers at risk in wartime is entertaining to him. I think we might find that in upcoming.
And he's
we saw that in episode.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Zach.
No, he has a strong lack of empathy, regardless, and he cares about what's satisfying and meaningful to him.
Yes.
Which is why killing dozens of people to kill the one rat catcher who got his kid doesn't matter. It's not that he needs to get rid of the one snake. It's that he wanted satisfaction of knowing he killed the guy who did it.
Oh, oh my goodness. Aegon and Aemond are like Daemon split into two people.
Yeah.
They're all the things that Daemon wants and feels, like though the two extremes that he feels split into two individuals.
Yeah, even the
I would
processing emotions while naked.
Yeah. Huh? How about
here's
that?
my thought. I think Aegon is mirror universe Viserys. That all he wants to do is take action and neglect his kids and not care about their feelings. Whereas Viserys wanted to do nothing and care about his kids. Well, care about Rhaenyra. But the council scene in episode 1, when Jaehaerys is in the council room and he's messing with Highland, and people thought Aegon was thinking like, oh, this is so cute, like my son is participating and he's up to his hijinks. Like, no. Aegon was amused that his son was tormenting Tyland, and then he used his son as a prop to humiliate Tyland. Like,
Yes.
Jaehaerys wants a pony ride. Like, that is possibly his most valuable ally.
Yeah.
A Lannister of Casterly Rock and the former master of ships, the current master of coin. Like, this is the man who is going to win him his war, period.
And he is laughing at him publicly because he is bullying him publicly because it makes him feel good.
Yep.
Right.
Yep, and using his child to do it.
Yes. And that actually speaks to the idea that using his using his tools for destructive purposes is entertaining to him, right? In the same way as the child, this can be compared to the child fighting pits, right? Using his children to cause harm to others is entertaining to him.
Sorry.
Exactly.
There's another way he's the mirror universe VCT, which is, as we were just talking about, his relationship with his council. Because VCT basically understood, I don't know a ton about governance, but if I trust the right people, they can lead the nation for me. And he trusted all the wrong people who had long-term plans that were doing things behind his back, except for the one who got burned to death, and then lo and behold, who rises through the ranks as the person responsible, who is there in King's Landing and presumably working in politics in some capacity to become Master of Whispers later. Meanwhile, as far as we can tell, everybody on Aegon's council is committed to keeping him on the throne 100% and really believes in it. And he's like, hey, my son's here. He wants a pony ride. I don't give a fuck about whatever you guys are saying. I'm going to replace you all with the angriest fuckers I know.
They are the two ends of terrible council relations.
Yes.
Yeah.
The one person is like confidently like, my council knows what they're doing and I can trust them, and he's just wrong about all of them. They all have ulterior motives except for Lyman Beesbury. And the other one is like, my council's a bunch of idiots, and he has people with like PhD level dissertations on exactly what they need to do to win the war, and he's like, PhD, I got a PhD too, pretty hard.
PhD's nuts.
Yeah! Oh man, I got some litmus paper for you. God damn.
Yeah. Oh,
all right.
Can I my last?
Please,
last
yes,
one,
go
and
ahead.
And then I'll go. So if Aegon is Mirror Universe VCT, here's how Aemond is Mirror Universe Daemon, and I think I'm going to shock the audience. So Aemond and Daemon are paralleling each other in a lot of ways. Like, they're both warriors. They both want to get Harrenhal. They both feel kind of like rejected and outside of their family. They're both second sons, yada, yada, yada. Daemon is doing all of his crazy shit because of loyalty to his family, that like this thing throughout it, like even when Rhaenyra pushes him away, he still feels loyalty to Rhaenyra in the same way that he did to Viserys. And this is a whole other topic. I'll go record my video about this. But Aemond is the opposite. Aemond is doing all of this despite how much he hates Aegon.
Yeah, because he does resent, and that I think is one of the coolest things that came out of episode 9, is an understanding of the relationship between Aegon and Aemond.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very good take.
Yeah.
Because so what's going to be interesting is in episode 9, Aemond was acting out of loyalty to his mother. And so the farther he grows away from Alicent, I think the more of a wild card he becomes, because, like, especially with Jaehaerys gone, that Aegon, or not Aegon, that Aemond is, there's no clear male heir. He hates his brother. His mom is stupid now and doesn't know what she's doing. Like, Kristen Cole is the hand now. Like, so it's a whole different dynamic of just like Aemond can do whatever fuck shit he wants, and I'm very curious to see how that plays out between him and Aegon.
I am too, and like just from a like the show has shifted from the political to the military this episode.
Yes.
And Otto had the ability. Otto and Alicent working together had the ability to keep this from becoming total war, right? From becoming a war that like roasted the entirety of the Riverlands. And Aegon does not appear. Not only can he not, he does not appear to want to do that. And that I think is a terrifying development.
Yeah, and while the blockade is like a serious problem for them, it does not go away from burning the Riverlands. He is going to fight and make clear that he can't win any of those enemies back, or can at least get them to like try and sit it out. And still has all the problems that they couldn't solve. He is lashing out in the wrong direction.
And he's making them all worse, because you know what happens when you're in King's Landing and the bay has been blockaded and then you burn the Riverlands? You starve.
Yeah. Not only that, refugees show up from the Riverlands and are eating your food.
And then they starve too. I mean, we saw this in season 2 of Game of Thrones, or in The Clash of Kings.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Tyrion was dealing with. And so that was, when people were saying like, oh, Otto apparently cares about small folk now. I'm like, no, Otto was trying to be Tyrion. Like, I think we're gonna, so much in the way that I was saying, like at the end of season 1, we're seeing what had played out if Ned Stark had taken Sansa and Arya and fled before Robert died. Now we're seeing what plays out if Joffrey had sacked Tyrion early on in A Clash of Kings.
Oh, you're totally right.
Where Joffrey is the battle commander. Joffrey throws Tyrion out and makes Sandor Clegane his hand of the king.
Not even that. Somebody like even more unhinged. Sandor Clegane could probably actually make a competent decision.
Where he makes
Kristen Cole is like anger incarnate and can't actually make a good decision when he's pissed off, because he sends one of the best members of the Kingsguard on a suicide mission because he's angry.
Yes.
Well, he's angry and he's covering his track.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Eric was the only one who called him out and said, I was guarding the king. I was the one person in the world who you can't blame for not being at the door. But you, Lord Commander, who's in charge of the assignments, what were you doing?
Yeah.
So
like you have been negligent in your duty, Kristen. Excuse me, I have to go die on top of my brother.
Yeah, this is more like if Joffrey was left in charge of King's Landing with pre-Brienne Jaime Lannister as his hand.
Yeah.
All right, Mira, I think we're going to let you go, but thank you very much. I love your House the Dragon takes. They're fantastic. The YouTube channel Mira Reads is also fantastic, and I strongly recommend it.
I'm very much looking forward to your Season 1, Episode 9 video.
Yeah, me too.
Yay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for stopping in. Goodbye.
Bye.
I like this thing we do.
I do.
This is a good thing. All right. The lines are open.
That Jamie bit makes me think, what if we get, like, Kristen Cole coming to terms with the bad person he is? As a, like, what if he starts to experience character growth? That would be interesting. Because thus far, he has had, like, negative character growth.
Yeah, he keeps getting worse.
He has only become a worse version of himself all the time.
We have a call coming in, and
you're marked as potential spam.
It is from potential spam, which is very funny.
Usually that's me.
Bonk. Hello. You are live. How are you?
Hi. It's sleep deprived Viper here.
Viper, hello.
Hello.
Viper, did you actually just watch the whole episode?
I finished about 7 minutes ago.
Yes, that's fantastic. Okay, all right. So we are about to get your 5-minute old Dragon Show takes.
Wow, they're really trying to set up Aegon as like a sympathetic character here, huh?
It's wild. It's
And
like
I don't know how I feel about that.
him destroying the Viserys's like model city at the beginning is one of the most relatable things in the entire show.
I was waiting for that to happen.
Yeah.
You can't build that city without destroying it.
It's some kind of subtext.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mhm. I do say they're definitely humanizing him. I don't know if we're supposed to fully sympathize with him, other than to understand he is more than just a 2D caricature of a piece of shit.
I don't know what it is, but the acting so far this season has felt like so different from season 1, and I can't really put my finger on it, but it's like the acting this season has just felt, especially in this episode, like more just, I don't know, in your face, punchy, wham.
I agree, and after the first episode, I was talking with Silver and Jasper and a couple other people, that it feels very stage play.
Yes.
Like. It's very deliberate. It's very like interestingly paced, and it feels like you're watching. It feels like you're watching a Broadway play.
And not only that, the scenes largely take place in one of 2 locations.
Yeah.
So it has that, like, we are really exploring the nooks and crannies of this area more so than we are, like, the whole world outside of it. We definitely have scenes that are shot outside. I did see a play on Broadway not that long ago. It was I Need That, and there's only 2 sets, and it's on a loop, and it's the inside of the house and the exterior of the house. And they use that for like real dramatic contrast. And I feel like there's a little element of that to like the way things are shot in Dragonstone versus the way things are shot in King's Landing. King's Landing is supposed to feel a little bit more, you know, there's breathing room, there's a city you can go out and explore. We don't get a ton of what's there on Dragonstone outside the castle walls. It feels very isolated. It feels almost like the beginning of the pandemic when it's like, I don't know when I'm going to leave my house again, sort of thing. That you have with Rhaenyra. I thought that was really smart in a really good way, and it helps the acting too.
I agree. Yeah.
Especially during Cargill Bowl, like that definitely felt
Cargill Bowl. Yes.
Yeah.
One of my favorite scenes this episode was the fight between Rhaenyra and Daemon.
Yes. Jesus. Both of them did such a good job. Both Matt Smith and Emma Darcy did such a fantastic job with that scene.
Just acting their asses off. And I've seen the complaint. I think this is a very reasonable complaint that it seemed weird, that it seemed awkward and like, I don't know, like strangely paced. And I'm like, yeah, it was literally a married couple having an argument about a terrible thing that one person did and is actively lying about. Yeah. This is and it played out exactly like that argument would take place. We talked about this, Zach, last episode with Blood and Cheese, that it felt weird, the sound design felt weird because it is exactly the way it would have sounded and looked in real life. And that is exactly the way that argument would have sounded and looked. Lots of stopping, lots of people ignoring each other, trying to obfuscate the discussion. It was incredible.
They were talking past each other more than they were talking to each other.
Yeah.
It was the classic argument of they're not progressing. They're just working out their emotions. And both of them have legitimate things they're upset about. The other coincidentally is getting in the way of. I guess not even coincidentally, just like Rhaenyra has, as I said, like very little agency whatsoever in everything that has happened since the end of last season. And Daemon has had a ton of agency. He just hasn't had the ability to do what he thinks is impactful. And the one time he goes to do something that would have a catastrophic impact on the war, it goes as wrong as it possibly could in a way that he can deny responsibility for and still be technically telling the truth. technically, I did not ever tell them to kill that kid. What I said was a son for a son, but that sounds really bad because technically they did that.
Right. And Viper, tell me if you agree with this. Right. The healthy thing to say here is, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is not the way I intended things to go.
I hired 2 people to kill somebody we both agreed deserved to die, and
I also think something that doesn't help the situation is the fact that it doesn't seem that Rhaenyra and Daemon ever talk a lot about, important things that they maybe should talk about. And, that basically makes it so that these important things, like, they start to fester and bubble up. And, we see it explode here.
Yeah.
They're incapable of talking about what's gnawing at the back of their heads, because if Daemon had come earlier and said, there's a lot I could be doing right now to help us win the war, and I want to go and do any of those things, Rhaenyra probably would have listened and said, okay, give me some ideas, let's work through this. If you're committed to going and doing something high risk, I want to make sure that it's at least worth, the risk reward is like decent. And if Rhaenyra feels like she has zero agency and she can't do anything her way, Daemon is probably willing to listen because he's rearing to go and do something. If she goes and says, I can do nothing, what can we do? They could have had a conversation beforehand and found a more useful to the both of their goals avenue. But instead, by not communicating, Daemon went and did something stupid and dangerous, and now he's actually made it harder for Rhaenyra to do anything else, exacerbating her problem even further, where she feels like things are happening and she has no control.
Go ahead, Viper, please.
Oh, yeah. I'm interested in seeing where Daemon's sort of arc goes from here, because we have 6 more episodes, and like I don't know, like do we think Daemon's gonna have like a Jaime arc from now on, like Rhaenyra sending him out to the Riverlands, and Daemon finds himself in the same way that like Jaime finds himself in the Riverlands after Cersei sends him there.
This is a very interesting question. I'm so excited and we're not going to spoil anything with these statements. I'm very excited to see what happens with Nettles. If anything at all, right? We're not, without spoiling anything, whatever happens to Daemon, it will be through that lens. And I'm like, depending on what they cut, what they keep, and how they frame it, and what parts of the story that we got, what parts of the story are true and are not true, will have a big impact on whether Daemon decides to become redeemable.
They did leave the door open by talking about Miss Arya, like, weren't you pregnant? She doesn't answer that.
Oh.
They totally imply they could have had a kid. So they leave that door open. The other thing I think is interesting is the wonderful thing about this episode is we watched the seeds of doubt get planted twice over. We watched Daemon kind of fess up to not being fully on her side and having reservations and thinking always that he would make the best king and not being dishonest about that. But we also have is it Miss Arya? Is that how I pronounce it, or
Miss Arya? I think is how most people. But as one of my favorite things, and I loved Zara pronouncing Cregan. Yeah, one of my favorite things that George Martin has ever said is you can pronounce all this stuff any way you want.
The seeds of doubts about Daemon are planted further by her distrust and her he is going to pass you over the way he passed me over. The second that you're not relevant to his plans, you're out. And we don't have his other partners there to discuss this because they're dead. One fully in agreement because rock to the head.
Yeah.
The other dying in a way that he was not directly responsible for. Indirectly, yeah, you can argue.
Maybe,
But
yeah.
he, you don't have enough people there. They're the only two people alive who have dated or been in a relationship with Damon, and she just got the confirmation from the one. I'm not happy about how it ended, and I feel betrayed. And that, when you hear that about somebody that you're in a relationship with, it's hard to fully erase that.
So you're telling me I'm relationship number 4, and all 3 before me have been bad.
Okay,
Interesting.
we can't confirm that. What we can't confirm is one person's like, oh, hell no, death that's kind of strange, death that's kind of strange.
Yes.
Which is worse.
Yeah. Hell no.
We can-
Death that's kind of strange and definitely murder.
Yes.
We can come up with like a Henry VIII like rhyme for Damon and his wife.
Wait, that's kind of fun. There are 6 total relationships. No, we're gonna get spoilery if we do this. We'll do this in the Discord. Viper, we're gonna do this in the Discord.
There's a very different definition of smash or pass, though.
Ah! Viper, give us a final take. You just finished the episode. Give us one final take.
Oh, final thing. What was my final thing? Oh my god, I watched the episode like 10 minutes ago.
I believe in you.
Oh my god. Helena having an autistic meltdown when the small folk were all like grasping for her. That was like so sad, and I related to that so much. And that, yeah, I love Helena and I want to give her a hug. And I totally understand her being overwhelmed at that point. And yeah, Helena deserves much better.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Helena like basically at all yet, and I think that is again I love her so much. She's amazing. I love her character. She's fantastic. Her absolutely losing her shit in this crowd that she did not want to be a part of is extremely identifiable, and I adore her, and I will fight anyone who says that she's not the best character in the series. Viper, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Have a great night. Get some sleep.
Yes.
Of course.
Bye.
Well, it's actually 7 p.m. I traveled back in time. That's the funny thing. I left the airport. I left the airport at 6 p.m. and I landed here the same day at 3 p.m.
I've done that before. It's fun.
Yeah,
it's
interesting.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. Thanks for having me.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bonk. All right, everybody. Bonk lines are open again. Okay. There are a couple of really good comments that I wanted to check out. Kevin says those shirts go so hard. I don't know what shirts you're talking about. Heartbreaking when Aegon and Helena pass on the stairs, both going through exactly the same emotions, in need of a hug. No one there for either, and the one person that should be, they just act like strangers.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. Just excellent acting. Oh my god. If they hadn't argued, we might not have gotten the shot of Damon storming off while Caraxes did a cool hoot and holler.
Yeah.
The dragons are so good. We've had so few dragons this season so far.
Yeah.
We haven't had a lot of dragon.
They're setting up for it.
Yeah.
There's an episode title we already know that implies that dragons will dance.
Yep. Lost her son, hence, but she was mourning the loss of her son, hence why she didn't get much of a say last episode. Very correct.
Yes.
Rhaenyra was fully gone last episode. She was in the council chamber for 1 minute.
And was unable to process and deal with things, and things are happening too fast.
Yes.
And even then, even if she was fully in grasp of what was capable of being done, there were very few appealing options to her at the time. All she could do at that point was make war plans or try and get more people on their side, which is difficult, especially when you're grieving. So yeah,
Cal
had no time.
Cal says felt like inverse Misa vibes. Inverse Misha vibes. Tell me what you mean.
They think like the Misa, like the people worshipping Dany. So
yeah,
she likes that. Dany was always saw herself. Yes, I am the savior of these people. I am important.
But I am the chosen one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Helena's like, no, holy shit,
Like,
I'm just a person.
I never even wanted to talk to you guys.
It's almost like a Life of Brian sort of thing.
That's an interesting take.
I'm not the Messiah.
He's the
only,
Messiah!
Only the true Messiah denies his divinity. Fine, then I am the Messiah.
He is the Messiah! Zach, that's a terrible take, and I like it a lot. All right. We see Viper says we see Moondancer this episode. I didn't know that. I did not catch Moondancer. You know who we do see this episode? You know what dragon we do see this episode? And I'm about to mark them on the bingo card.
Mm-hmm.
You know who we do see this episode?
Who do we see?
Sea Smoke.
Yeah.
We do see Sea Smoke this episode, which I did not notice. I thought it was Rainey's. I thought it was Melis when I first saw it because colors are hard. Yeah.
By the way, I'm on a sea smoke diet.
You see smoke and you inhale it? Yeah. You've been waiting for 2 hours to say that, haven't you?
You know, that popped in as soon as you said smoke and it started chuckling.
Viper, yes, we see sea smoke. We see sea smoke when we see Adam of Hull going down the shore digging up clams. Gets a little crab. Gets a little crab. Looks up and sees sea smoke, presumably riderless.
Yeah. Sailing
over the gullet, I guess. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
You think Laenor's coming back next episode?
Viper posits that was Moondancer. That I don't know. I thought it was Melis. The only reason I say it's Sea Smoke is because other nerds on the internet have said it's Sea Smoke. And I trust them. They did the zoom in, and they're like, as you can see by this tail thing, that it's obviously Sea Smoke. Rainier told Bela to mount Moondancer. To go out with Moondancer and do absolutely. What if Sea Smoke was still looking for Laenor?
That's what if depending on which direction is flying, that could be Lane to go pick up Laenor. I mean, if they're still psychically linked, right? That could be over a distance. You could call out for your dragon to come get you if you felt the need.
Laenor just got to the continent.
Just
rocked up.
Yeah, Laenor is across the bay, and the narrow sea, and he's learning about what's going on. And he's like, okay, well, time to fly back.
Yeah, he felt the distress when Laenor read the letter. Laenor read the letter that says, "Hey, your stepson just got eaten."
Yeah.
And Sea Smoke felt that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's a possibility. I do think because now we have the character that everybody thought Laenor was going to be, and it's not him, has appeared on screen.
Yes. It is now not Adam of Hull. Adam of Hull and Laenor are not different people.
Your theory, however, is still entirely possible.
Absolutely. Yes.
Why not kill Laenor if you're not bringing him back, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Why keep Laenor alive to give him... No human being in this entire franchise has ever gotten a happy ending.
No.
Nobody.
And also, if we're establishing dragon lore, if somebody else is going to ride Sea Smoke, he's not just going to be a riderless dragon.
Yeah.
That means Laenor died of an unrelated thing, still rather young, off screen, which is about as big of an anticlimax for a character who's still alive and faked their own death payoff is he tripped and fell on a banana peel somewhere off screen and died.
Yes. It is true madness to think that Laenor is not coming back. And the entire internet thinks that Laenor is not coming back. Everyone I've talked to thinks that Laenor is not coming back.
I think
all my friends think Laenor is not coming back. We're the only ones. Hello, you're on the air. We're talking about how Laenor is definitely coming back. Hello, you are on the air.
Hey guys, first time caller, long time listener. This is Jordan.
Jordan, thank you very much for calling in. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Never been better, as always. Give us your Dragon Show takes.
So, my thought watching Sea Smoke was that he was lining up for a strafing run on Adam of Hull. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, that he was in attack pattern? Oh,
yeah, he kind of circled back.
Oh, that he's in hunting pattern.
Yeah.
Oh, this reminds me of one of the subplots of A Dance with Dragons. when
Oh, really?
yeah, when Drogon is like off hunting and he starts hunting children as he's getting bigger and becoming more wild, he starts hunting children outside Meereen. You think that like on his like he's I don't know, maybe hunting like big fish, and he sees people foraging on the beaches, and he's about to this is setting up, this is foreshadowing him coming in to try to hunt Adam.
Yeah, I mean, dragons got to eat.
That's a very fun take. That's extremely cool, because Sea Smoke has been without a rider for how many years? Like 8, maybe. And he's surely gotten bigger in that time. And if he has been out of contact with humans, he might just think he's food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Tell me how you think that scene might play out.
Oh boy, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know if we've seen a dragon actually eat on any of the shows.
Let's see.
I mean,
the only time I can think is in maybe in season 1, episode 4, we might see
like little
Sunfire eating a sheep.
Yeah.
Right in the dragon pit.
Yeah.
But that's it. And that's him being fed. That's not the same thing.
Yes.
We haven't
seen a dragon out in the wild in hunting mode. We've seen one in captivity being fed its meal.
Yes. We did hear, and this could be lampshaded by something we heard last episode when Aegon was on the throne and they were talking about the sheep and how the dragons need to be fed, and that the dragons can take a sheep a day, if not more.
Wow.
Yeah. This is a very interesting perspective that I kind of like, actually. That's kind of cool. Depending on how that sort of thing plays out, that could lead to interactions between Adam and Sea Smoke, or the death of Adam, which could cause strife between Alan of Hull and Corlys, because Sea Smoke is Corlys's son's dragon, and that could cause Alan and Corlys already have a relationship, and this could cause some really interesting things to happen between them. What a cool perspective! I like that a lot.
Yeah, well, I doubt it's true, but it looked funny to me when I saw the ending.
Yeah, I like that. Do you have any more? Out of curiosity, before I ask any more, have you read the books?
I have read the first book of the Song of Ice and Fire, but I have not read any of the Fire and Blood.
Okay.
Or Dunk and Egg.
Even with that in mind, I think that's a very cool take, and I think it's entirely plausible. Yeah. I think that's a fantastic perspective. Do you have any more? Before we let you go, give us one more Dragon Show take.
I have no more takes, but I do have an anecdote about the twin fighting scene.
Sure.
As we were watching it, someone I was watching with had to leave the room. She doesn't like violence, and she came back and she asked me which one won, and I said Eric won, and she said, which one was that?
And did this person find this confusing for some reason?
I explained very clearly that one is Eric with an E, the other one is Eric with an A, and the response I got was, "Well, they're just fucking with us."
Yeah. I have great news for your friend. They have identified the most popular take in this fandom. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend.
Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Have a great day. Oh, what a cool perspective. Yeah. That Laenor, that Sea Smoke is hunting Laenor.
Or
I'm sorry, not Laenor. You know what I mean, Adam.
that he's in wild mode, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we know that happens. We know because Drogon just in the books goes and fucks off and hunts for no reason that he can. The interesting thing also is this this makes Danny's connection to her dragon seem all the more unique. Is that we're getting confirmation, at least this show sees you as being psychically connected to your dragon. You are the only person who can ride your dragon. You are the person who the dragon like can feel your pain.
Mm-hmm.
And we never see that with Danny, which makes it seem like her dragons are special somehow.
Now,
And she's able to bond with more than one, obviously. And of course, John is able to ride a dragon just fine.
hypothetically,
Yes,
he's also dead.
that's true.
Oh, right, because this is all show canon. Right, I forgot.
Yes.
Oh my god. At least in A Dance with Dragons, I am reasonably confident that in the fight in the dragon pit, there is strong evidence that Drogon is psychically connected to Daenerys. That something happens and like she calls out to him and he answers and something like that. I don't think that she is psychically connected to multiple dragons. Is there evidence of that in the show?
I don't know. The other thing is we don't, if that is an element of the books, we don't have that, because our link between like Bran and Summer is like way more clear, and Varamir and his birds and all that is way more clear than Dany and her dragons from the point of view chapters we get. Because Dany point of view chapters, I have read them, and not just memeing about skipping them.
I've just started to Dance with Dragons, so I'll be able to come back next week with better information. Hello, welcome. You are on the show. We are talking about, but currently we're talking about Daenerys' connection to her dragons, but you can talk about whatever you want.
Okay. What's up, gentlemen? It's Jack.
How are you
I wanted
today?
to talk about pretty good, yeah. Thanks for doing this again, guys. It's
Oh, no problem.
I like the call in here.
It's a very cool format. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you don't really see it a lot. Like, I always remember, like, you would always see them on TV growing up, the call-in shows, like the cable access or whatever. So,
It's
very
funny, both separately, we've always admired this format, and then you said, want to do a call-in show? And I'm like, yeah, I love call-in shows.
Yeah, we decided that 10 minutes before we went live last week.
Yes. It's worked great so far.
All right, so give us your
Well,
finest
also-
dragon show takes.
yeah, well, one more thing. I think it's also cool because, like, I don't have a channel or, like, but I love talking about A Song of Ice and Fire. So it's awesome, like, for people like me, we have the comment section, but we don't have a lot more than that. So
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to talk about this last episode. I thought it was the best of the series so far. And so for the whole season one, I was firmly on Team Black. And last night in the first episode, the combination of them starting to go Team Green here. And my perspective on that is when I think about, there's a Tywin scene with Tommen in where they're standing over Joffrey's corpse in Game of Thrones, and they're discussing what makes a good ruler. And they have a few different. Tommen gives them a few ideas, and Tywin pushes him towards wisdom, and Tommen mentions a few other things. Strength is one of them. I think Otto represents wisdom. Now I know people have different ideas on that, but he does seem to be playing the long game. Like, he made 2 references to that in the show last night, which one of them was to Kristen Cole, like he's not going to play the long game. But the strength one is the one I wanted to talk about, because I think you really need that when you're at war. And Robert Baratheon was the one that they had mentioned when talking about strength. And so when I compare and contrast Rhaenyra and Aegon and their actions in the last 2 episodes, I think that Aegon is definitely displaying strength, and I see Rhaenyra's actions in the last 2 episodes as being pretty weak, actually. And what I mean by that is, so in the first episode, she goes and she explicitly tells Daemon she wants the head of Aemon Targaryen. And so I see that, and what happened with Blood and Cheese is just as much on Rhaenyra's shoulders as Daemon's or anybody else's, because she goes and she gives Daemon that explicit order, and she should have known from episode 10 that Daemon is like a hothead and a loose cannon. And what any general or like commander or even foot soldier will tell you in war is that things never go according to plan. There's always collateral damage, and you have to prepare for every eventuality. Like you have to have a contingency in mind for everything. And so I don't know. Rhaenyra obviously wasn't expecting for the child to die, but she went and gave an explicit order to shed blood. And so I see her actions in this last episode where she's like chastising Daemon as like her passing the buck almost. Like she's not really taking responsibility for the fact she gave that order. And yes, things didn't go according to plan, but you don't get to just, change your mind about the order after you already gave it. And so I contrast her behavior with Aegon. And yes, his actions weren't moral when he killed all the rat catchers.
But he immediately
But guess what? He's standing on business.
Yeah.
He's standing on business. And when Otto's chastising him, he's not backing down. He's like, "Oh, really, grandfather? You're gonna talk to me this way? Guess what? You're out. You're done. I gave the order. I'm the king, and my word is law." And so he didn't pass the buck. He stood on business. He accepted his own, or he didn't backpedal or blame anyone else. He gave the order and he stood behind it. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, these are some really interesting perspectives. Why don't you finish up the point, and then I'll then I would love to respond to this. This is a very interesting perspective.
Yeah, so just that I saw Rhaenyra's behavior as pretty weak, actually, where she's chastising Daemon, and then I saw Aegon's behavior as ruthless and like displaying strength. And so that was pretty much it.
Yeah, Zach, do you want to take it first, or do you want me to?
I never really looked at the "will someone rid me of this battlesome priest" sort of angle for Rhaenyra. I think we touched on that a little bit last time.
We talked about it a little bit,
but we didn't delve too much. But you're totally right. She did say, "I want this guy dead," and then walked away and let people make their own decisions based off of that, which is an abdication of her oversight as a ruler. That's the one thing, is she is the final stamp of approval. To just send in a sheet saying "kill this person," it's like, well, I tried to do the exact orders you gave me, and as it turns out, they hit the wrong target. They couldn't rid you of the meddlesome priest, but they could whack the altar boy. Very unfortunate. And
how dare you?
Yeah. And that is on her to some extent, but Daemon also bears responsibility. But I get why. I can now see his perspective. I was told to do this, and there's also the thing that Otto said when the king speaks, everyone listens, or all ears hear it, or something like that. Or...
You know what? Let me bounce off of this real fast. I am reminded of another Tywin quote that he said to Tyrion. When a soldier errs, the fault is with his commander.
Yes.
And you could make the argument that it is Rhaenyra's fault simply for having Daemon on her team and allowing him to be in a position where he can take this kind of action, and not understanding that he is capable and willing to make very bad decisions. Like the fact that she did not account for that makes it on her.
Yeah,
but please continue.
No, I agree, because she is taken all the allies she can get and has necessarily invited in people that anybody who has talked to these people for 20 minutes would know, they don't have pure intentions. Daemon does not have pure intentions and never did. Even Corlys, he has an axe to grind. He has goals that he is pursuing actively. Ooh, thank you for the donation.
We'll come back to that in just a second, Kirsty.
He has outward, not necessarily good political ambitions. So do plenty of the people around Rhaenyra, and she is taking a more hands-off approach, but that does not mean the things that they do are any less her responsibility. If I hire a bunch of people and they suck, I'm still the person who hired them and put them in a position to do bad things. And we're seeing kind of the other thing. I agree. I think that the things that Aegon is doing are terrible, but you're 100% right. He is taking full responsibility, 100%. Yeah, I murdered all of them. That is what I did, and that is what I thought was the best decision. And I disagree. I think it was terrible and inhumane. But that is a level of, you're right, it's almost Baratheon level commitment to what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's Stannis level, and Robert as well. Robert was like, yeah, we should kill Daenerys. We should kill a teenager. But he was not going to back down from that. And he admitted, yeah, this is not a great thing, but I think it's the most sane thing we can do politically is to kill this teenager. And I'm not going to back down from it. I'm not going to, pretend that I'm not responsible. And that sort of leadership, when there was a civil war, I'm thinking about the Greyjoy Rebellion. He handled that politically. You could argue, yeah, there was a lot of people who died. The Greyjoys were punished severely. There's a lot of things you could argue from a humanitarian perspective. From a political perspective, man, somebody fucked around once and everybody learned their lesson. What happens when you question the rule of Bobby B? He was there immediately. They fucked up the Navy, and Victorian got his biggest defeat that he's never lived down. They got on the island and they kicked everybody's asses, and it was definitive. There was a lesson that could be learned, and he owned it, not knowing whether it was going to go right or wrong. Does that make him a good person humanitarian-wise? No. Does that make him an effective political and military leader? I would say yes.
Yeah. All right. These are great points. I want to hop back to our fine caller. Do you want to respond to any of that? Because I have a couple more thoughts too.
Just one more thought on that would be that I was reminded of episode 10 from the first season, just on the exchange between Rhaenyra and Daemon. Because if you remember, Daemon, while Rhaenyra's in labor, is already plotting the war, and he's looking to strike right then and there. And Rhaenyra didn't want that, so she should have known from that Daemon is like a loose cannon. And I really I like Daemon, but she should have known about his behavior from that. And the fact that sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I agree wholeheartedly. Please continue, but I think you are absolutely correct.
That was it.
This episode, in episode 2, Rhaenyra has this moment of revelation where she's like, I can't trust you. You are untrustworthy. And I'm like, I'm glad that you found this out, but you didn't find that out when he choked you in front of a fire,
or when he was
clearly
scheming to start war, or various times before this,
or when he rocked up back into his brother's throne room with a crown on his head.
He's a loose cannon, doesn't play by the rules, but it's his character from the first moment you met him.
That was actually his pitch.
Yeah. You're surprised when it doesn't work out for you. This is like knowing somebody has a penchant for getting plastered and then ask them to give you a ride and be like, you showed up drunk to pick me up? Whoa, hold on. All this day drinking and clear signs that you were doing it on the job, and you think that I'm going to stand for that?
All right. Thank you very much for calling. We're going to continue talking about this, I think. Do you have any final takes?
Yes, just one more point.
All right,
it's actually shifting gears a little bit, but nothing crazy. I've seen all this stuff about winds coming out, and I just want to see what you guys thought. And I want to make one point. I think that George has the opportunity for the commercial of all commercials, perhaps the greatest promotion for a book of all time. You know how they do the post-credit preview for the next episode?
Oh yeah.
If they had something in the canon with some of the actors from Game of Thrones, like Stannis. Let's say we see Stannis in the post-credit scene wielding Lightbringer outside the Crofters Village, announcing the book. I think that would be.
That'd be
obviously
incredible.
It's a little hopeful. Obviously, it might be crazy. But I just think that they have an opportunity of a lifetime that we've never seen a promotion for a book.
Do the shot of John waking up for the first time after he's stabbed, and then he brushes himself off and walks to a bookstore and gets the book.
He walks to a Barnes & Noble! Thank you very much for calling. I love this. Let's pitch this. We're going to call HBO. We're going to pitch this.
Thanks for calling in.
I don't know, but sorry.
Have a great night. Thank you.
See ya.
See ya.
Like this thing we do. Do not disturb is back on. Hang on. We got to address. Thank you very much for the donation, Kirsty. We really appreciate it. What'd you make of the statement, wall being built to keep death out?
I thought that was, I thought two things. Yeah, pretty much. And two, at some point down the line, because we have the inside of Ned's head, the understanding of how pressing winter is and that there will someday be a war with the others seems a lot more clear in Cregan's day. and somewhere the line of telephone is broken.
Yes.
In the same way it's broken for Dany, that she doesn't know that, you know, the dragons are there to fight the others.
And I think that this is lampshaded in this episode with Aegon.
Yeah.
It is very, very easy for information to be lost if you are not the heir apparent.
Yeah.
Aegon does not know how to rule. He doesn't know how to lead. He doesn't know how to do things politically because he was not the heir apparent. Neither is Ned, right?
He's the second son.
He didn't get the information that Brandon got.
And Brandon died tragically young, and his dad died fairly young
Died
for a
with
lord.
him.
Yeah.
So unless that's all freaking written down somewhere, we have no idea what happened. We have a call coming in. Hello, you are on the air. Welcome to the show. Who are we talking to?
Hi guys, it's Grifter.
Hi, Grifter. Hello. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, no, happy to do it. I just wanted to get the call in, but I didn't want to cut off what you guys were saying about Aegon. If you wanted to finish that up, I'm happy to wait.
Yeah. Why don't you? You're welcome to hop in on the discussion. I want to keep talking about this for sure.
Yeah.
So our previous caller had I think a very interesting perspective. That Aegon is a stronger leader than Rhaenyra. I'm not 100% sure that I agree with that, but I think it's a fine.
He's definitely more confident in his own leadership.
Yes.
He's definitely less likely to second guess. He's making active bad decisions,
Yes.
not passive bad decisions.
Yeah, I was gonna put it a little bit more politely. That kind of confidence has its drawbacks. That yes, he has
benefits too.
He is confident in the decisions that he's making. Like in the hours after the disaster that befell Rhaenyra when Luke died, in those hours she remained silent. She remained pensive. She thought about what she was going to say. What she said still ended up being the wrong thing. But what Daemon wanted to do, this hot-headed act immediately, what he wanted to do was go to King's Landing right now. We're going to have a fight with Vhagar over King's Landing. We're going to get 200,000 people killed.
Yeah.
What Rhaenyra took time.
Including ourselves.
Yes. Rhaenyra took time, thought about what she was going to say, and still said the wrong thing. But that thing ended up getting one innocent person killed instead of a lot of people.
Yes. And also did not meaningfully move the needle any further in the direction to end the war.
Yes.
She abdicated on making a decision, gave an unclear goal, had somebody follow through on that unclear goal, thinking they were acting on orders, and then actively did damage to her cause while gaining nothing functionally.
Yes.
The only gain she got came from Aegon making unforced mistakes. Unforced errors.
One more before we pass to Grifter. I want to just highlight a comment from Kevin. Cersei is also confident in her decisions. That is a fantastic comparison.
So Cersei's the worst of both worlds, so she's confident in her decisions, and her council is doing stupid things behind her back.
Yeah. Well, Aegon's well on the way, right? He's well on the way to making a stupid council.
Aegon is currently staffing himself up with the worst council known to man after rejecting what is the greatest council ever put together, potentially in terms of intelligence and loyalty to the crown.
Yes. Grifter, give us your thoughts.
Well, so just on that, my first thought is I suppose it would depend on what one means by strong or by stronger. What I would say is that Aegon is clearly a more assertive ruler naturally. He is immediately more willing to make a decision, to commit to some sort of line of action. Rhaenyra seems more ponderous, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but in terms of the something Zach, I think you were talking about earlier in terms of the optics when it comes to how people will perceive her as a ruler. I can understand someone in the populace or even viewers looking at Aegon and going, well, that guy knows how to rule.
Oh, yeah.
He is willing
yeah.
to
This is the plot point of the first Blackfire Rebellion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes. He bore the sword.
Yeah. And then Tom, to your point about Rhaenyra not only doesn't do anything, she doesn't say anything. think that highlights just how valuable and intelligent and effective Otto was at his hand. He immediately understood, even in the face of what I would say is direct personal tragedy. Okay, like individually, we'll deal with this emotionally, but as the crown, this is what we need to do. This is how we maximize this situation. And it's the death of his grandson. That is incredibly cold, incredibly calculating, also obviously the right political decision. So we get interesting sort of mirrors and contrasts between the leaders and their advisors. Daemon immediately wants to take action. He's much more akin to Aegon in that sense. Rhaenyra wants to wait and be patient, much more like Otto in that sense. The only difference is Rhaenyra doesn't pull the trigger when she needs to, as she needs to, when she does these two. So she's being outgamed by Otto.
Yeah, how interesting this is. If Rhaenyra doesn't have an Otto, if she had an Otto, if Otto was on Rhaenyra's team, he would have said, Your Grace, there is time to grieve, and I don't want to take that away from you, but I'm gonna need that dragon wing because I'm gonna take it to Harrenhal. Yep. I'm gonna take it to the Eyrie. I'm gonna take it to Lannisport, and we are going to show every single person in the Seven Kingdoms what they are willing to do to messengers.
Yeah, to somebody who is
take your dead son's cloak, cut it into pieces, and send it to every house in Westeros with a raven and a proclamation that your son was murdered by the usurper.
That is the correct course of action, right? They have started to exterminate, like maliciously exterminate in cold blood the rival claimants, the rightful claimants. How long will it take for them to get to you?
Yeah,
and put that in a letter with a scrap of the cloak and a scrap of dragon skin and send it.
Well, you can hit them too with if they're willing to do kinslaying, right? What aren't they willing to do?
100%.
If they're willing to murder your own family, which we know curses you forever, they will do it to your family too. The second it's convenient for them, the second politically they need to, and nobody is there to tell Rhaenyra she needs to be doing that. They are sending out ravens, but they don't have the PR that they have. You're 100% right.
Rhaenyra is a level-headed commander, and her second in command is a hot-headed nightmare.
And then,
whereas Aegon is a hot-headed nightmare, and his second in command is not only level-headed but also a political genius.
Yes, and Rhaenyra has a lot of great people militarily, like. Corlys Velaryon is exactly the kind of person you want in charge of your navy, and we see that he has an impeccable blockade that only people with plot armor can get through, which is incredible.
Wait, who can get through it?
We don't see how the one Eric ship gets through.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Presumably, he's just good. He went to the Davos Seaworth School of Sneaky Boats. But whatever, they could throw maybe there was a throwaway line of like you're really good at sneaking boats, or we find that out later.
Like unironically,
I can believe that too if it's like a small fishing vessel that he can get through. Doesn't matter. It leads to a good scene.
Yep.
But,
fine.
The important thing for that is militarily, she's got some wonderful people. She does not have a ton of political capital or financial capital. Aegon has B+ or above in every category. Master of Whispers is incredible. Your Hand of the King is incredible. Your Master of Coin is somebody who knows a lot about it and is maybe not incredible, but still really good.
Yeah.
You have all these people who are political geniuses, who are specialized, who are at the top of their game. It would be very hard to get somebody who's better than them. And he's going to potentially squander all that talent. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra has the opposite problem. She has a lack of some talents that she really needs, and she is in no rush to try and fill them with people who are going to take a active hand in leading openly. the people that she has who are doing the most direct actions are a guy who puts on murder hoodie and then denies he murdered people. That is your most active person. Is going to pretend he did nothing.
All right, Grifter, give us one final take.
Oh, well, okay. So what I actually wanted to mention, I was just playing off of that because I thought it was interesting. What I actually wanted to mention was just in general that I was really struck by, like, less about plot per se, but in terms of, like, the craft that went into this episode, I was so struck by how beautiful it was. There were all these scenes that really, just the visuals alone really stuck out to me, like the carriage ride with Alice and Helena. I thought Cargill Bowl was beautifully like shot and choreographed. The Otto and Allison conversation at the end, and this kind of ties into what you guys were just talking about in relation to Aegon. This might be strange, but my favorite scene in that episode, and this is what I wanted to actually talk to you guys about, was the small council meeting, the first, or I think it's the only small council meeting we see in the episode, in the beginning, when Aegon is still like raging and he's screaming at the council members. I just wanted to note like what, not just even that scene, like what a beautiful and like well shot, well structured scene it is. But I thought this episode and this scene in particular did this really fantastic job of sort of storytelling and character development just through the way it's shot and like sort of the movements of the actors, like the shot, the cinematography seemed to like highlight that. And that stood out to me in that episode because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but when the meeting starts, everybody's standing. And everybody's standing because the king is standing, right? And the king is like losing his mind, understandably so. Mm-hmm. He's not having a meeting. He's just venting. He's screaming at them. He's throwing wine. He's even accusing individuals of potentially having been involved, except for Allison. Allison immediately sits. So there's like a show of dominance or like the beginnings of her like accepting that like, no, I have some power, I have some control here. I'm not going to stand just because the king's standing. It's small council meeting, we sit, I'm going to sit. She sits right away and she stays sitting. Everybody else is standing and Aegon is sort of like stalking around the room, almost like animalistic. And at some point, Otto is just sort of standing there, sort of like patiently waiting for his moment. He first softens Aemon a bit by agreeing with him. He says something to him along the lines of like, well, you guys are kind of, everyone here is, everyone's sort of right. Aegon, you're kind of right about this. And that's when he like puts forward the idea that they should use this. He keeps like hinting at that. And you can see the moment where he's won that argument because the camera keeps sort of moving around the room. And at first it's following Aegon and doing a bit of establishing. And when he convinces him, and it's the only time I've seen a shot like this inside of the council chamber in the small council chamber in House of the Dragon or in Game of Thrones, the camera moves to a shot from behind the king's seat, like overhead and looking down, so you can see all of the table and everyone standing around it, with only Allison sitting.
Yeah.
Otto then walks. Yeah, I mean, again, I just thought I loved basically every shot in this episode, but it moves to that angle, so you have a very clear view of the table and everyone standing around it. Allison's already sitting. Then Otto walks to the table and sits down, and then you see everyone go, okay, now it's time to really have the meeting. And everyone, including the king, then walks to the table and sits after Otto sits. It's such a clear bit of blocking and shot composition and choreography with the actors to establish, at least in that moment, who actually has the power in that room, who everyone is actually looking towards for guidance, who's controlling the course of events. And obviously that changes at the end of the episode episode, but that moment, just the way that it's structured and presented, I thought was a beautiful bit of, like I said, sort of character development, not quite world building, but a beautiful way to give us insight into the interplay of all of these very intelligent, very strong-willed, other than maybe Tylen, very interesting characters. But just by sequencing it that way, there's no question in that moment who's controlling that room, and therefore who's controlling the course of events at least in King's Landing to some extent, like the Kingdom.
Absolutely. This is something that we, and we're gonna let you go, Grifter. Thank you very much but we're gonna keep talking about cinematography here in a second. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thanks for calling.
No worries, guys. Enjoy.
Bye.
But I'm glad the blocking and the making use of the full scene and character motions have been brought up. Show don't tell was my, I think, #1 complaint for season 1 was they tell us things when they should be showing us things, and it is a thing I'm giving them an A+ for so far this season. We get show don't tell so many more times. They could have, we only get one person in the crowd saying something nasty about Rhaenyra, but we can tell that entire crowd, the propaganda is working effectively.
Yes.
Wonderfully, without needing to, have them say, when Rhaenyra is here, I'm going to start a revolution or something. When Rhaenyra is here, I'm going to protest her rule. All these avenues they can go down for showing peasant discontent in the future. They're not just going to have, turn to camera 2. This is setup. They're way better at both setting things up and doing it naturally. And I agree, the people getting up and standing down is a very natural thing that you can do. That demonstrates way more with less dialogue. You can show, okay, people view Otto as having a lot of power here, and they view Aegon as having the power to mess with them, but they understand that Otto is the person they're supposed to listen to, and it's all communicated without anybody needing to turn to camera 2. Boy, get a load of this king over here. They don't need to do that. And that's what I really like.
Any scene that must say "I'm a good scene" is no good scene.
Yes.
Yeah,
they're very good at showing, not telling this season.
Yes,
and I'm very, very happy about that because, like I said, there was an early complaint I had of the show was it could do more with the scenes, and it is now finally living up to that. And also, there's a very smart, when you talk about political decorum, there's an expectation you stand up when the leader stands up, and showing somebody defying that means that they believe they won't be punished for it or that they can get away with it, which communicates a lot about the character. Famously, standing up because the leader stands up is famous. Mm-hmm. The reason there's a 7th inning stretch in baseball is because, you know the story behind this?
No, I don't.
President Taft, I believe it was at a baseball game, and he was feeling like he needed to stretch right before the 7th inning. So he stood up and started stretching, and because
we're about to bring somebody in on this anecdote.
Join in the anecdote. Hello.
Hello, you're on the air. You're about to hear Zach finish up a story about President Taft.
Yes.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Zach.
So Taft stood up at the 7th inning to stretch, and because when the president stands up, his entire entourage and everybody around him stands up, they all, the president's standing, I have to get up. And then the entire arena stood up, and he's just stretching. He just needed to stretch because he's been sitting for several, innings of baseball. And then he sits back down, and everybody else goes back down. And that prompted the people get up at the 7th inning to stretch thing historically. It's like a ye old meme.
Did you make this up?
No, look it up. It's real.
You heard it here first, folks. Who do we have?
I'm Nick.
Nick, hello! Nick. Welcome to the show!
Thank you. We're talking about movie making, which is my bag.
We're talking about what?
Movie making. Cinematography and shit.
Oh, yes! Let's continue. Just so that everybody knows, we're not going to be live for too much longer. So if you're looking to get a call in, get it in soon. But in the meantime, please, let's talk about cinematography. Because I wanted to talk about this a moment ago. I want to talk about my favorite couple of shots in this episode, which was the funeral procession.
Yeah.
Where like the tight claustrophobic cinematography. There was a lot of horror movie stuff.
Yeah.
In the last two episodes.
They're ostensibly in an open space. There's open air above them, but because of the crowd, it feels so much more condensed.
Yep.
Like you ever been in like a concert where like it gets packed and like, have you ever been like in a mosh pit that breaks out all of a sudden?
No, I haven't. But you know what this does remind me of? The movie 28 Weeks Later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where there's a crowd like crushing together. And the crowd starts turning, and you can't tell who's a zombie and who's not. All like that's what the cinematography reminded me of. But I don't think I've ever been in a mosh pit, Zach.
Really?
Yeah.
That's odd that I'm the one who's been in the mosh pit out of the two of us. But you have way more. You look more like somebody who'd be into mosh pit. I think of the two of us. No offense. There are a lot of people who look kind of like you in mosh pits.
Chat, tell me if that's true. In the meantime, Nick, give me your Dragon Show takes.
Yeah. So I was talking to my mom for like 45 minutes earlier.
I identify with this.
Who liked the show a lot, but hadn't read any of the books or anything. So like, not the best audience. I was kind of talking her ear off. But I really wanted to get into the scene between Rhaenyra and Mysaria.
Sure.
Which I thought was fascinating, especially like the blocking, because Rhaenyra in that scene, like she's so tired and so angry and so grieving, and all of that, adds together to make her look almost kind of predatory.
Ooh.
To me at least. So she's like. She starts out interrogating Mysaria, and she's just circling like a hawk. And I remember one specific shot where like she kind of just disappears for a second and then reappears on the other side of Mysaria, which was very scary. There's like a minor jump scare. And she just has this look of just intense emotion that's just bottled up that she's had for seemingly weeks now. But I just thought that was incredible because she looks simultaneously pathetic but also terrifying.
Yes. I felt the same thing when she came into the Chamber of the Painted Table. Last episode, when she marched in and said, "I want Aemond. I want Aemond Targaryen." That I almost exactly what you're saying is what I was saying then.
Yeah, she has this look that could kill, but she also looks like she's been through like a car accident in terms of like emotion.
Yeah,
she is. You can tell she is not 100% there. But that does not mean she is not there to do business. Does not mean that she does not have like anger, ill intent in her. And they communicate that very well, I agree, through the cinematography, through her acting, through blocking.
Mhm.
She is always put in a position, and the camera angle is always in a position that gives her a lot of like power in the shot. In the scene where she's at the table, it's angled so she is center frame. Everybody is like peeled off to the side of her. She is commanding the scene with a single sentence, and then she walks off in a way that is very like dignified also. And that I think they are doing show don't tell very well by having just one sentence that gives us everything we need communicated through acting and shot composition.
Nick, I want to bounce back to you. Please continue. Tell me about let's talk more about the cinematography of this fucking show.
Well, and you made me think of something I've kind of been thinking about a lot in the last two episodes, which is all of these people feel, or all of these characters feel really vulnerable, and for a lot of them, that's when they're at their most dangerous, because they have weapons and power. Like Aegon's fear and grief is what is making him kill all of these people? And it's very scary. And I think that, that's kind of what you're saying with basically everybody, but it has felt like really specifically visceral with Rhaenyra to me, just because Emma Darcy is amazing, I think. Like their facial expressions, their tiny, minute facial expressions are so perfect.
Yeah. Oh, I
love it.
I agree wholeheartedly. The little when she was arguing with Damon, I felt this a lot. The tiny changes in like eyebrow raise and like you could even see like when they were focusing their eyes in different ways depending on what the what Damon was saying. It's really cool.
And there was that shot where Rhaenyra looks at Damon with just like poisonous rage when she realizes what he did at the painted table, which was also very scary. Like that was probably the look of the episode for me, or at least one of them. It was so intense, but so like subtle. I love it.
Yeah.
But in terms of like cinematography, I think that probably my favorite scene was actually the Cargill fight.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Because, at least in my mind, and I'm not like an expert or anything, but action scenes, if you do them wrong, they can be very confusing on their own. And this is an action scene between twins. So having it consistently make sense over, what was it, 2 or 3 minutes at least, and having it so that you understand who is where and who is winning, what is going on, what they're feeling, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. At any point where we're supposed to be confused, another character is supposed to be confused, and immediately get oh, okay, I figured it out again.
Yep.
Any moment where they get spun around and we're not sure, one of them takes a swing at Rhaenyra, and we're like, okay, well, now I know, and they've re-upped my knowledge. It never got confusing, and at the end, you realize that they're both probably not walking away from it, so it's really good in terms of showing the consequences all the way through.
Yeah. In fact, I loved the way it ended because it was when Eric was walking toward Rhaenyra right at the end, it was unclear until the moment he died whether he was like apologizing to Rhaenyra or about to kill Rhaenyra.
Yes.
Right? It was unclear to me, and I thought it was phenomenal. It was incredible. And, like, even after he fell on his sword, it was still unclear which individual he was. Which I adored. I thought it was the correct amount of confusing, and I agree.
Yeah.
One of my favorite fight scenes in all of Game of Thrones. Absolutely.
Yeah, because it was, like you said, still not entirely clear, but done in such a way that was definitely the intention rather than an accident.
I'm gonna use a careful turn of phrase. I'm gonna say it was unclear but not confusing.
Right. Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yes.
That is a good way to put it.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in. And I hope you have a great night.
Thanks, guys.
I think
Thanks for calling in.
I think we're gonna have time for one more call, Zach.
I think so.
All right. I'm going to pop back over here. We'll do this. And Zach, this is probably gonna be our last topic because it's coming up on 3 hours.
It is.
Oh my god! Immediately, no hesitation. Hello. You're gonna be our last caller of the night. Who do we have?
Hi, it's Zelazor.
It's Salazar! Let's go! Thank you very much for calling in. How did you enjoy this week's Dragon Show?
This was, I think, the first episode of this, and I think this is how I felt about the best episodes of Game of Thrones, was that I wanted to sit down and rewatch it immediately after I got through it. I haven't rewatched it yet. That was my initial desire, was I gotta rewatch this.
All right,
it's so
we're,
good.
We're near the end.
And there's, well, it's both so good and, like, there's so much there that I need to think about it again.
All right, we're getting close to the end here, and you know we're all a little we're all chill. We've all made it clear that we like it.
Yeah.
I'm very curious, Zelazar.
I missed most of the stream, so I don't know if I wasn't sure that was the case. Not everybody on Twitter agreed.
I'm actually.
Twitter's a machine made to generate new and interesting bad takes, so that's not a good. I opened it up for 20, not even 20, for like 10 minutes today to see like if somebody posted something. Got sidetracked, saw a political argument between 5 people, and I'm like, this is amazing. All 5 of them vehemently disagree with each other, and all of them have made an incredibly dumb argument. I was like shocked. I can't imagine TV show discourse where you can say anything and have way more, like, I mean, you can have nuanced opinions about political issues, but usually people don't articulate those. People articulate nuanced stuff about TV shows. I can't imagine hearing 5 horribly bad nuanced takes in a row and then scrolling and seeing there's 100 more.
And that's like, I really want to, and we're like one level deep on a sidebar right now. I really want to say how much I appreciate the people who come on our shows and hang out with us in the Discord and who have been called on this stupid fucking thing who've been calling in with us. We've had takes today that I have disagreed with,
but we're always very respectful.
Yeah,
and we give people a chance to like we chewed on everything we were given.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's some things I still disagree with, but there were some great points.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's necessarily like a better thing that Aegon's a stronger ruler, but I do agree that like the problems that Rhaenyra has are going to compound, and she's doing jack shit to deal with them, and she could become worse if she continues to let people act unchecked in her government. That's an entire way she could become just as bad, if not worse, that Aegon won't do. But Aegon will be bad for other reasons by making active bad decisions, and that's an interesting thing to talk about.
And I want to come back to I want to bounce back to you, Zelazar. I disagree with the take that, you ready for this, Zach? I disagree with the take that this is a very, very good episode.
Really?
I actually did not enjoy this one as much as the last one, or certainly as much as like 8 or 10 last season. Like, I'm not saying it's bottom tier, but I was not enthralled by this episode like I was through most of last episode and episode.
My biggest beef is the ending. Is information we don't necessarily need. It is information that could have been saved for another episode, and I would have preferred a like more definitive finish. I talked about that. I think the other scene would have been a better ending. I feel like this one meanders a lot more. It hits on a lot of interesting things. There's some really good scenes in it, but it starts strong. It does not end strong, and there's a lot of things we should be given time to digest that we're never like, we have got to get moving to the next scene.
Yeah, and like I shared some of those criticisms. I want to bounce back to Zelazar, because Zelazar, I want to know why you like this one. Like, why is this your favorite?
I don't even know if it's my favorite. I still think I probably liked 8 or 10 last season more.
Look, 8 was like just some like historically good Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Yeah. No, like those were better. I think those were tighter and like better constructed episodes. But this one, I feel like there's a lot of little things in this. Like 8 felt like it was payoff to a lot of things. This one feels like a lot of setup that I think is really, really interesting. Especially like the first 40 minutes of the episode.
So like
I like the last bit of it, but like the last third, but like first, I don't know,
Oh, so
first large portion where
go ahead. I'm sorry, please.
Otto and Aegon and stuff, all of their acting, I felt like.
Oh, I think we're having
It was
some
mostly focusing
connection issues
on-
with Salazar.
Sorry.
Say that one more time, Salazar. I'm sorry.
I think the acting from Allison and Otto and Aegon in the first 40 minutes was so good, and that really captured all my attention. And as the last caller was talking about, little things in the council room, I felt like there was a lot of that going on that I wasn't really picking up on. I think that those were the parts of Game of Thrones that I liked best, was when I was enthralled by the big monologue that was going on, and then there was also other little things going on that I sort of noticed, then was I need to rewatch this, and I really liked that feeling, and that this episode gave me that feeling.
I think that this is actually a very fair position. I think this is a very fair and very interesting position. This is a subtle episode. I tend to come in for the very interesting, very exciting, very punchy moments. And that is I'm sorry, I'm just looking at Zach's screen right now.
We did promise something at the end of this stream.
We did. We'll come back. And I think that all of this is very, those are a lot of the things that I am here for. I loved Blood and Cheese, and I've been looking forward to that for 2 years, right, since the last season came out. But this episode is a lot of setup. It's a lot of subtle moving of pieces, right? The chessboard got knocked over between episode 10 last season, episode 1 this season, and a lot of the pieces are being realigned. And maybe I don't give that enough credence. Zach, what do you think?
I think it's hard to say not having the totality of the show, because sometimes I will go back and watch a show a second time or rewatch a scene knowing where the story is going, and it hits different for me.
Mm-hmm.
This episode might hit different once we have the totality of the show.
Yeah, maybe that'll be what it is. Maybe I'll come back and this one I'll be like, oh, this one makes episode 8 incredible.
That's one of the things I love about the Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul universe, is they will set something up that you don't even realize is set up, so you get rewarded on a rewatch. The Wire does this brilliantly as well. There's scenes that were not super riveting to me in the first few seasons. Knowing what they set up in the later seasons, I go back and I'm like, even back then they knew where this story was going, and that makes me enjoy it more. So this might retroactively become an even better episode to me. Or even worse, we don't know how the show ends.
Oh boy. Yeah.
There's some season 4 show episodes of Game of Thrones that I really like, and now I look back and I'm like, uh-oh. You can start to see a problem develop here.
Yeah, Salazar, how do you feel about the idea that this is setting up stuff for no payoff?
Oh, that'd be a nightmare.
The thing I was thinking about when you were saying that is season 5 more so than season 4. I think it's season 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Think of season and had paid off 5, and we had a good end to the Dorne plot or something. Seeing season 5 as really good instead of the beginning of the end. The writing's still good, the cinematography's still good, and it's setting up. Paid off at all.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I actually have a softer opinion on season 5 and season 6 than Zach does. But Salazar, I'm sorry to say we're having some connection issues, so I think we're gonna have to let you go. But thank you very much for calling in. And I think that's gonna be our last caller of the night.
Yes,
Zach. Salazar, goodbye. I don't know if you can hear us, but goodbye. Have a great night. Okay.
Goodbye.
we got one syllable Zelosaur.
Yes.
That's hard to say.
That is funnily enough, a lot of syllables.
Yeah, a lot of Zelozors and a lot of syllables.
We did make a promise, didn't we?
Oh, we did. All right, everybody. That is our show for the most part. But we have just one more thing that we have to do. Oh, just one more thing we have to do today. Oh no, Zelazar says I didn't even say what I called in to say. What did you call in to say? All right, I'm gonna come over. I'm hopping onto my Google Docs, and this is going to be letter is going to be the name of this document. I'm excited for the Blackwoods and Brackens next episode. I think that is a very reasonable supposition. I think that's very likely to be coming. If not next episode, certainly the beginning of the following episode. Not that we're trying to spoil anything. Pyramidian says, thanks for the show. Absolutely. And I think we have one more bit to do, and I think we're gonna make this a weekly thing. I think we're gonna try to do this every week. Around the same time that we'll try not to overlap with Fantasy Haven and Quinn quite as much in the future. A couple of like things that I felt were extremely interesting. My favorite scene this episode, I think, was the funeral scene. First off, there's so many beautiful things about the show that we just haven't had time to talk about, like the outfits. The outfits for Alice and Helena during the funeral procession scene were extraordinary. Something about their funeral, what are those called? The funeral veils? The mourning veils?
Yeah.
Made them look awesome. Holy shit. They looked so cool. They were like dark and scary and like they had this like floating, like wispy energy that was really cool. Something about that fabric made them look so damn cool.
Yeah.
Zach, I understand that we have a promise to keep.
We do.
Just now.
We do have a promise to keep.
All right.
We said we would.
Let's do it. Shall we start it with to whom it may concern?
No, wait, that's not how you start. This is a business request, right?
I'm sorry. This is a business request.
Oh, I see. We're writing this by committee, but the worst way possible.
The worst. Sorry. Yes, I'm gonna pop over here.
No, what we should say. Okay, everybody, right now, if you have social media, if you have an email, preempt us. We've had at least one person do this before, right? We've had at least one person email Bad Dragon, a company that makes paraphernalia of a sort. We say the Bad Dragon show all the time.
That's correct.
The joke is that the HBO show Game of Thrones had dragons and became rather bad, and you shouldn't phrase it as the Bad Dragon show, because
it's never stopped us before.
Because Bad Dragon makes adult products, and then we realized it was funnier to keep calling it that because people would reference a company that makes sex toys whenever they talk about Game of Thrones in our presence, which is really, really funny.
And I don't know if it's our fault or like parallel ideas, but that has leaked out into the fandom. A lot of the fandom are doing that now, which is really funny.
Yeah, I remember people calling it HBO Dragon Show. I think it's parallel thinking. I think a lot of people realized we could call it the Bad Dragon Show.
I'm going to choose to disagree, and I'm going to say that this is 100% us.
That's fine, too. It's not...
We've certainly committed to it the most.
We've been doing this for, like, what?
Over 2 years?
Yeah, 2 years now.
Yeah. 26 months.
26 months.
Yeah.
And in addition, we were, like, still part of the fandom before this, and we were commenting and stuff, and you've been saying Bad Dragon Show for longer than we've had this channel.
Correct.
So you may have incepted it earlier. You can take some credit there.
Yeah, I'm taking it. Zelazor says, "That's all on y'all," and that's a really good turn of phrase. That's just a lyrical turn of phrase that I'm gonna start using from now on. All right, everybody, we are writing a business letter to the Bad Dragon Dildo Company.
So let's start a little more casual.
Yes.
Let's.
Hey, bro.
I like how we're keeping all of these. We'll edit it later.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem is. Everybody, if you can right now, email, tweet them, let them know that you want to get sponsored.
Let's get the letter done before we start tweeting.
No,
because it could take us 4 hours.
If people preempt us, it's better if they hit 5 people or 6 people or however many people here are gonna actually like reach out to them. Hit them with, "You need to sponsor this channel," and then we come and say, "Hey, so we're looking for a sponsorship." Then they know we're not just like, coming out of nowhere.
All right, I'm gonna write something that I've been thinking about in the middle. Okay. The email needs to sound sexy. Speak to them on their level.
Their level is dragon fucking.
Zach, riff on that while I'm writing this. Okay.
I think we should be a little playful. We should note that we're a smaller YouTube channel, but we have a loyal audience, and that referencing their company is a recurring joke because we talk about Game of Thrones and we call it the Bad Dragon Show. So a lot of people over the years over the 2 years, have encouraged us to seek a sponsorship. We know from a previous fan interaction that they don't currently do YouTube sponsorships. They don't do anything of that sort. But since we're fans of their brand, we would like to reach out and let them know that their number one goal for a sponsorship is to say this episode is sponsored by Bad Dragon, or even just we have the patron background, right? Like if they just want to throw us money to put a Bad Dragon logo permanently in the background, we will do that with no hesitation. That is fine. I will draw a Bad Dragon logo and put it on the chalkboard next to people's names. And I think that is something that, suppose if either of our jobs ever looks at it and knows what it is, somebody would have to fess up that they know that's the Bad Dragon logo to call us out for it.
You don't know what the Bad Dragon logo looks like?
No,
off the top of your head?
Somebody at work would have to fess up. Somebody at HR would be like, "Why do you have the Bad Dragon logo there?" It's like, "What? No, I just drew a dragon. What the fuck are you talking about?"
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god. This reminds me of that one of a meme that was floating around a couple of years ago of a kid at their high school recital doing the
Pornhub
the
drum
porn,
intro,
yeah.
and everybody pops up. And then you got
like, we've learned something about you guys.
Yes. He got suspended for that, but in order to do that, a teacher had to admit they recognized it.
Absolutely.
Which was what he was hoping for. Yep.
I bet that wasn't what he was hoping for. Never mind.
Yeah. That's it. One of my favorite.
Ross. Sorry, go ahead, and then I'll pop to Ross. We've talked about this on the channel before.
What do I want to say? One of my favorite The Onion headlines is teacher unsure how to write up kid for wearing hentai shirt without acknowledging he knows what hentai is.
No, this shirt has cartoons on it. I want to Ross asked, just out of interest, who owns Bad Dragon? Bad Dragon is independent. They are, at least at the last, which was probably more than a year ago, and we should look it up. At last check, they are completely independent. They are their own. They are their own distributor.
They're hiring right now.
They are not owned by a larger.
Yeah.
Bad Dragon. We love you guys.
Yeah, and you're it's American made too. I didn't realize they're from Phoenix.
Cool.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma.
Wonder if they're unionized. They have a unionized, the dildo makers union.
Oh my god, Phoenix Local 69. Yeah! Yes!
The last union I was in was bummed that 666 was taken. So we took 777.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
We did with lightning bolts too. It looked really cool.
Yeah, I've seen that shirt.
Yes.
It's a good shirt.
IBW 777.
Zach, continue your riff. Ross says, "I'll look into it. I might have contacts."
Shit, yeah.
We're about to markedly impact their web traffic.
Yeah. People are checking it out, and for everybody who's shocked, what did you think we were joking about this whole time? Why do you think we chuckled every time we said Bad Dragon?
I want the one person who actually didn't know, who just thought we thought that the phrase "Bad Dragon" was funny. Zach, continue. Continue to riff.
I've always people have joked about them for years. They started in 2008. I've heard people reference them since at least 2010, right? I was in high school, I think, when I heard my first reference to Bad Dragon, and from people I know who have their products, nothing but quality. I've heard nothing but good things of people who own Bad Dragon products, and they know that they make something ridiculous, and they don't care. And they're like, "Yep, this is what we do," and more power to them. That's the kind of positivity we have on this channel. It's sex positive. It is freakish, and we're big fans of such things.
Yeah, these are some of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Oh, good God. Wow, those are just some...
I love the
Wow,
names.
those are some things. They have a great sense of humor over there.
They know what they do.
Those are tentacles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought that would be what you gravitate towards. I like the unicorn horn too. That one's pretty nice. If that's ever been your fantasy. I've heard positive reviews of the wearables.
Well, I'm so excited for this to become demonetized.
No, we're not showing anything on screen, and we're not using explicit terminology for them.
We have used the word dildo a couple times.
That's a place in Iceland.
Huh.
Or Canada, one of the two.
I get those
Newfoundland.
confused a
It's
lot.
in Newfoundland. That's right.
It's in Newfoundland.
So there is a potential, Tom, that in part of the sponsorship they send us a box of products.
Yeah.
I just want, if Bad Dragon is watching us right now somehow, we're cool with that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this. I already own several.
I don't. Depending on what you send, I might not have use for it, but I will know a dozen people who will.
I'll find someone. I'll find a way to use it. This represents an untapped market for your products of individuals who are creative, creative, imaginative, and explorative,
open-minded,
intellectual explorers.
Intellectual explorers.
These individuals have a penchant for sharing their...
Yes, Kevin. Dildo was the little guy from The Hobbit who found the ring. Yes.
That's Dildo Gaggins, right? These individuals have a penchant for sharing their thoughts and experiences on social media, including our active and vibrant Discord server.
When I used to do Dagger here every week, when there was like a big group around this area, which there isn't much anymore. There was and this is before we had like a group over the pandemic. This is way before that. This is back when I was in college. I had the SpongeBob shirt that said swag on it and had SpongeBob like in the suit from the episode where he's going to prom. And because I wore that once to DAG practice, my nickname was YOLO Swaggins for the rest of the time.
YOLO Swaggins is a great name.
Yeah. So everybody knew me as Swaggins there. Which is not an amazing nickname, but considering there are people who showed up with their like Holy Roman Empire like inspired clothing, it was like very purple and they were known forever as the purple penis eaters, I lucked out in terms of nicknames. There's another guy who's named Caboose. He was named Caboose because he would yell out choo choo and then run at you and then knock you 5 feet in the air. He was an Afghan vet.
He was called Choo Choo because he would yell choo choo and then take a bite out of your neck. Yeah, it's a biter from from the fourth book.
Yeah.
Yelled choo choo and then chomped on Brienne. Oh my god.
I didn't realize they have prophylactics. We can say prophylactics.
Yeah, we did on the second channel. It's in the first
And that
10
video-
seconds.
And that video did better than expected.
Yeah, it did. That video has like 1,000 views. If you haven't watched it, I strongly recommend the video on the board game Adultery on the second channel. It's stupid. It's stupid and so much fun. Zach, quote, "We have a loyal audience of self-described nerds with specialized interest in literature featuring uncommonly high occurrences of sexually explicit content."
And featuring dragons.
Sexually explicit content.
And dragons.
And dragons. This represents an untapped market for your product of full of individuals who are creative, adventurous, and intellectual explorers. This represents a change in part of speech, which needs to be corrected. That's fine. These individuals have a penchant for sharing their thoughts and experiences on social media, including our active and vibrant Discord server, and we are confident that your products will be included in these discussions. We are intimately familiar with your products and will be proud to advocate for them on our channel.
We should note that multiple people have asked us to reach out. We have been told since we made this channel 2 years ago, we should reach out and see if you'll sponsor. So we decided to finally do so. Like people want to see us supported by Bad Dragon.
Since we made this channel 2 years ago, there have been multiple what?
Individuals in our comments and
in our community.
In our community, yeah.
Who have implored us, that's too strong. Who have asked us to contact you. Who've asked us to contact you about a partnership. This is stupid. What are we doing right now?
We were writing we said we'd write the letter. We did not say whether we were going to send it or not.
I think we did.
Did
I went and watched the clip. I'm pretty sure we did.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no problem sending it, right? Like the worst they can say is that's stupid, and they're right.
The worst they're going to get is a "don't call us, we'll call you," and that is the correct decision also.
Oh, no, the worst we would get is nothing. That would be the worst.
They responded to the one fan who
Yeah, they did. They were. I don't remember who it was. Who was the one fan or the one viewer who went out of their way?
Was it Andy Sketcher or?
I think it was Andy Sketcher. Yeah, who went way out of their way to go and message their their intake form.
Yeah.
Their comments form and be like, hey, poke. Hey.
Yeah.
You gotta talk to these guys. And they were like, we don't currently do sponsorships, but we'll take it under advisement.
Yeah. Which is, I think, exactly the response we're expecting, is we don't do sponsorships, but we're happy to know you're enthusiastic about it.
Yeah.
If we ever decide to do so.
Yeah.
I will say, if you send us, if you sponsor us, we'll treat it like an esports deal, right? Like, I'll wear the t-shirt.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
We'll put stuff in the background.
Oh my
We'll put
God.
stickers on all of our stuff.
You're goddamn right. Like, we got this thing right now. We got this thing. By the way, big ups to Yggdrasil, right?
Yeah.
Love Yggdrasil, right? 100%. I will make one of these.
Yeah. I will take your mugs. I will drink out of it on stream whenever I'm on stream. I've had wonderful different mugs. I will make sure whenever I'm on stream, I'm drinking out of a Bad Dragon mug. 100%.
Yeah.
If we get sponsored, we're committed to the bit.
Jenny says product giveaways. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that someone is going to recommend demos And the answer is
So
not
that's it,
until 10,000 subs.
10,000 subs, and we'll demo the products too.
At 10,000 subs, we promised 1,000 years ago that when we hit 10,000 subs, we would start an OnlyFans.
Yes, and we play Clash of Clans.
Yes, and I will model your stuff on OnlyFans, Bad Dragon.
You have our word.
I can't believe I just said that on air.
Well,
shit.
Too late to go back on that one.
There it is. No, we'll delete it. We gotta edit this recording.
We gotta edit this recording anyways. The audio will mysteriously cut out right at
Whoa! INC, but the C stands for something else. Yeah! Yes!
Stands for Clash of Clans.
Yes. We represent the Interesting Nerd Club, a relatively small but growing literature
unboxing and then reboxing. What a turn of phrase.
Go and search Pornhub for the term boxing. A relatively small but growing literature and media
analysis YouTube
channel.
We largely focus on the A Song of Ice and Fire fandom and discuss
we say a lot on the Game of Thrones.
Say A Song of Ice and Fire. It's more exact.
Yeah, but they don't know. Nobody knows.
Okay, but people also know that Game of Thrones is a show that's over and sucked.
Show and books. Game of Thrones show and books.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, if anybody's gonna know, actually, it's A Song of Ice and Fire. It's somebody who does PR for a Dragon Dildo company.
On the Game of Thrones show, on the Game
Am I
of
wrong
Thrones,
about that take?
No, you're not. On the Game of Thrones show and
the A Song of Ice and Fire novels that inspired them,
and fire novels that inspired them. The Game of Thrones shows and the Song of Ice and Fire novels that inspired them. Dragon Cock when, says Zelzor. Zach, you can take that one.
That's Dragon Clash of Clans when. I don't know. You'd have to ask the company that makes it.
Yeah, Dragon Cock when, as soon as Bad Dragon sponsors us.
Yes.
Thank you, by the way, to the person like 3 hours ago who said that I look slim. I'm like looking at myself in the mirror. Yeah.
You do.
I'll model your stuff, Bad Dragon. There are already dragons in cock.
Yes.
Yes. Zach, we need a transition from here to there.
We have a loyal, give the audience number, say, of over 2,000 subscribers, and we should mention that we reliably get around 1,000 views per video and upload weekly.
We have over 2,000 subscribers.
We reliably hit 1,000 views within a couple of days.
I'm gonna give the monthly statistic, which I don't actually have a problem saying, and we reliably get around 15,000 views a month.
We upload weekly.
Throw in a very topical phrase: House of the Dragon. You're right. The House of the
Dragon show
on the
television show.
On the show House of the Dragon.
Topical for more than one reason.
Mm-hmm. Yep. House of the Bad of the Dragon. Bad of the Dragon. Because we discuss so much dragon imagery because we employ so much dragon imagery while discussing these properties, and because do we say that we call it the Bad Dragon Show?
This was prompted from a meme in our community where we refer to Game of Thrones as the Bad Dragon Show, leading to I don't know how to finish that sentence. This is a hard thing to explain.
It's a tough, yes, because we need to explain the meme.
This is the real Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about situation.
So here's the issue. I don't want them to think. So if I read that, I'm going to think they are going to make us, like, if this becomes very popular,
Yeah.
they're going to make us an enemy of HBO because we are dunking on one of their most popular properties. I don't want them to think that we are saying that, like, maliciously. We love the show. This is not a I adore these shows. But I don't want them to think that
we're adversarial to HBO.
Yes.
Yeah, and now that House of the Dragon season 2 is out, it's probably the case, and also because the back half of Game of Thrones was so expedited by the end, there's still more A Song of Ice and Fire television content that I enjoy than that I dislike.
Yeah.
I dislike the stuff that I dislike very strongly, but we have not passed the Star Wars threshold yet, where there is now more Star Wars I hate than Star Wars I like.
And somehow we're back on the upswing. I don't know how we're back on the upswing, Zach, but we're back on the fucking upswing.
Yeah.
My God.
After a crash and burn, suddenly we're up on the upswing, and I'm genuinely excited for the next show. Like, I went in, and I think you went into House of the Dragon with serious reservations because of how it went last time.
Oh, yeah.
We were hyped, but because it looked like they were taking it seriously, but we were also prepared to get 5 minutes in and be like, well,
they did it again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I've got nothing but hype for Dunk and Egg. I have no concerns about that show whatsoever.
Yep. I am no longer stressed, right? I am no longer stressed.
The worst I think they can pull is the C, and the C for adaptations of books that I love is not great.
Yeah.
But room to grow, and I'm more thinking it's gonna be a B or an A. So
Winter is coming, and so will you when you use bad dragon dildos. I love this fandom so much. You guys are great. This is fantastic. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. Emphasis on bad dragon satire. That's a good. We sometimes satirically refer to the show as the Bad Dragon Show.
Yes. We sometimes satirically refer to Game of Thrones as the Bad Dragon Show.
Game of Thrones as the Bad Dragon Show, and this has prompted some members of our community to encourage us to reach out to you. Seeking sponsorship. Right? No reason to beat around the bush.
Yep.
Right? That's what we're doing.
We're asking to be sponsored. We should also mention we know some of our fans have reached out before. And we know that you don't typically do sponsorships, but we thought we'd ask anyways because we both agree we will be zealous advocates for your products.
We know that some members of our community have reached out to you in the past. We should do like we should do like channel maintenance on stream more. This is fun. This is way more fun than just you and me sitting on the phone.
Yeah.
This is better.
The problem is we have to sit down and then stream it and then have the rest of the stream be entertaining. Not as much maintenance as fun as emailing a dildo company.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think that it's this that makes it fun.
Next time there's a rule enforcement on Discord, we'll pull up chat and be like, okay, chat.
All right,
are
chat.
we banning them?
Let's do we're doing live court today. We're doing chat court. Ooh, baby. That's actually kind of a funny idea.
Yeah. No, I can see it. Yeah.
Can we do that?
I think that's a bad way. I don't think we should judge Judy, our own rule enforcement.
That didn't make it less appealing.
What we should do is LARP it, right? What we should do is judge Judy different things in the Song of Ice and Fire universe and have people call in character, and we don't know who we're getting.
Shit, that's pretty funny.
One person calls in as one plaintiff, one of us picks to be the judge and the other picks to be the other person who they would be suing or bringing a charge against. Ooh, that'd be fun. That's a fun show idea.
Can't say I'm a huge fan of court, to be honest. All right, this is fair. I like behind the scenes stuff. Says Silver, then corrects to stuff, and then corrects to stud. Nice. We know that some members of our community have reached out to you in the past. And we thought it would be prudent
to reach out.
Prudent, we wanted
We wanted to reach out officially as well. We understand that you currently don't do sponsorships, but
we understand that you haven't done many sponsorships in the past.
But we wanted to let you know that we were interested.
But we thought that a small channel with a dedicated audience would be a good place to test some of those advertising techniques in new markets. How's that for some business lingo? Yeah. We're a small channel and we're spinning that as a positive.
Yeah.
That's a good thing because you're not going to invest a ton of money. You're not going to invest a ton of time. And if it doesn't go exactly the way you want to, it's a small channel. Nothing bad has happened.
Also, we can say we're not, it's not just like a one video thing we want to do. We'll accept like whatever they want to throw at us for continued like use of their products. We can mention the chalkboard if we want. Like we would love to have you appear on the chalkboard or something of that sort.
You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say we are intimately familiar with your product and we'll be proud to advocate for you on our channel. We would love to set up a time to chat about this.
If you're interested.
In the coming weeks. If you're interested.
We are intimately familiar with products is a great turn of phrase.
To whom it may concern is what I have at the top. Is that exactly what we're looking for?
I think it's just a hello is fine. That's a little too formal for what is essentially a us shooting our shot sort of thing.
Yeah. Hello. We represent the Interesting Nerd Club, a relatively small but growing literature and media analysis YouTube channel. That's clunky. A small but growing media analysis YouTube channel. That's fine.
Yeah.
We largely focus on the show House of the Dragon and the Song of Ice and Fire novels that inspired them. We have over 2,000 subscribers. We have 4 channels. We have 4 channels.
We don't need to say that.
Okay. We have over 2,000 subscribers, and we reliably get around 15,000 views a month. We sometimes sarcastically refer... I'm actually going to make this part of the same paragraph. We sometimes satirically
refer to Game of Thrones as the Bad Dragon Show.
And this has prompted some members of our community to encourage us to reach out to you seeking sponsorship. We have a loyal audience of self-described nerds with specialized interest in literature, featuring uncommonly high occurrences of sexually explicit content and dragons. Of sexually explicit content, hyphen, and dragons. Yeah, there we go. This represents an untapped market for your products full of individuals who are creative, adventurous, and
Lots of dragons.
Right. How do I say... I'm going to turn to camera 2, okay? How do I say we have a crowd of people who are pent-up single nerds? How do I say that? How do I say that without sounding insulting to you, me, or them?
Sexually adventurous?
Who are creative.
That's not necessarily true.
Yes.
Neither is that it's all pent up single nerds.
Yes, but that's certainly what I want them to think.
Multiple people have been like, "Oh, my spouse doesn't watch the show as much as I do," and I'm like, I don't know how to bring this up if I ever like date somebody long term. It's like, so have you ever watched Game of Thrones?
Kevin says, cocked, locked, and ready to rock. What do we think of that as the turn of phrase? Julie says, I just got into the stream, but I feel like I know what company they're talking about. Yeah! I was hoping somebody would tap in right here.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. You're about 5 minutes from the end of the stream, but
we're finishing up the letter right now.
You have to mention our disposable income. By the way, if anyone wants to use any of that disposable income and be cool like Ross, our Patreon is right in the description, right underneath us right now. The night is dark and full of tremors. Who are creative, and let's say open. Oh, you know what you said? Open-minded.
I think
I think that's fine. Creative, adventurous, and open-minded.
Yeah.
Okay. And open-minded. Do I want to say somewhere in there? This represents an untapped market full of individuals who are creative, adventurous, and open-minded. Who we have found to be. We're not just claiming that. We know that they are. And this is not a bit. We know they all are creative, adventurous, and open-minded. And, like, very comfortable talking about sexuality, gender, and sex. Right? Yeah. And these are interesting things.
Necessarily to be able to talk about these books in depth, you have to be able to tackle those subjects. And necessarily to talk with either of us, you need to be willing to talk in depth about those subjects. It was baked in. You have to be cool with pretty open discussions of sexuality to be a fan of this channel.
Yeah.
And what says open discussions of sexuality and dragons like a bad dragon?
I mean, these individuals have a penchant for sharing their thoughts and experiences on social media, including our active and vibrant Discord server, and we are confident that your products will be included in these discussions. We know that some members of our community have reached out to you in the past, and we wanted to reach out to you officially as well. We wanted to reach out officially as well. We understand that you haven't done many sponsorships in the past, but we thought a small channel with a dedicated audience would be a good place to test some of those advertising techniques in new markets. We're gonna say, I'm gonna use one of their words. Ready? One of those. You ready for a word that the Bad Dragon Dildo Company loves? To explore some of those advertising techniques.
Yeah, I like it.
If you know what I mean. We are intimately familiar with your products, and we would be proud to advocate for them on our channel. We would love to set up a time to chat about this in the coming weeks if you're interested. You know what? I'm actually gonna pull. We'd love, no, we're not giving them an option. We'd love to set up a time to chat about this in the coming weeks. Yeah. This is we know you're interested. Yeah. The Torment built to his own specification. No one can handle that.
We could just say that we have a sex positive community.
Yes. Yeah. Where do we say that? We have a loyal sex positive audience. Yeah, I think that full of self-described nerds with specialized interest in literature. With
I will donate $10 if you include the phrase "fat pink mast" in the email. That hurts our odds in sponsorship, but it does markedly increase our chances of getting $10.
It does. That's a very that's a lot of. All right. See, it's like.
We can say we can say we've worked in many sex jokes to our the community has many sex jokes such as the fat pink mast such as the line fat pink mast.
But I don't want to patronize them. They're not a joke, and I don't think they're a joke. Do we think they're a joke?
No, but what we should say is discussion of sexual themes is a huge part of the books. This discussion of sexual themes is not unique to our channel. It's a huge part of the community. that is growing to this day due to the expansion of HBO shows.
Discussion of sexual themes is not just a part of our channel. It is built into the community, which is growing rapidly with the success
of recent shows
of the most recent HBO shows.
The books contain references.
And Danielle says, "Damn, I go away for 1 second." Also, Ryan says that's a hard fit, and that's very funny. That's pretty funny. The books
contain references.
Contain many explicit references.
With
I don't know if we can fit it, Zach. I don't know if we can fit a Fat Pick Mast in here.
Yeah, and the fandom has immortalized lines such as dark brown nipples and fat pink mast.
Give me another one other than dark brown nipples.
You're not a fan of the repeated description of Ariane Martel's breasts?
No.
You might be the only one. Everybody, I think everybody I've talked to about that scene is like, yeah, that's erotic as hell.
I probably can't say Mirish Swamp, huh? I probably can't say. Oh man, I'm reading through.
Oh Petire. A character exclaiming "Oh Petire," another character's dark brown nipples, and another character's fat pink mast are all celebrated within the community.
The books contain many explicit references in
which many of which are celebrated by the community.
Contains explicit references, explicit lines, such as the famous dark brown nipples and fat pink masts lines, which are have been
celebrated
by the community, by fans of the books. The novels contain explicit lines such as the famous can we get a different one than dark brown nipples, please?
What? Everybody give us your favorite.
Nipples is just such a it's just an awful word.
Do you have word aversion to nipples?
I do. I have word aversion, and this is the I've ranted about this many times in the past. The word male genitalia has so many fantastic words, Zach. So many fantastic words associated with it.
Yeah.
Dick, cock, Johnson's
right. A good one. That's what I was going to go towards.
We talk about this. Any male name is just a great. Literally, name any male name.
You got multiple choices for last names too.
Yeah.
Johnson, Wang. You can
Yeah, true. Very correct. There is zero, exactly zero, good words for any female reproductive organs, except the one that only Ross is allowed to say here.
No, knockers. There's two.
Granted. I will grant this. Like the word boob, terrible word. Boob. No, it's awful.
It is more of a noise than a word.
It is. It's not a good word.
There's not a lot of good joke setups. You can get so many joke setups. But the reason I remember Wang is because there's a great Simpsons joke where I'm forgetting the name. Martin, one of the kids at school, is like, thank goodness somebody else is distracting from the unfortunate T-shirt he wore today. And it looks down and it says Wang Computers, because that's just their last name. But it's also, penis computers.
Yes, it is also funny. Yes. Yes.
The only joke you get like that is the incredible line in Young Frankenstein where there's like the comically evil looking door and they've used the giant like round things to knock on it. And then he says, nice knockers.
Yeah. And it's fantastic.
Okay, wait,
wonderful word.
Wait, no, sorry. I thought of another one, which is the scene in Naked Gun where she's standing on the ladder and he looks up her skirt and says, "Nice beaver," and she pulls the stuffed beaver down and says, "Thanks, I just got it stuffed." That one's pretty good too.
Right. Like, among my favorite Austin Powers bits is just to this effect. We can't do this. We cannot do this, right? I'm not gonna spend any more time talking about how much I hate every word for any female reproductive organ.
Everybody put some better ones in chat and we'll see if we can get Tom around.
I did see where Zelazor said bazonga snub. Fine. Bazongas is it. But like knockers and bazongas is like you're getting to in the realm of silly.
Yeah.
Right? Like Johnson's kind of silly, right?
Yeah.
Right, like a pecker, it's kind of silly,
Yeah.
right? You start to like those are good words. But there's no not silly ones, right? Johnson, look up in the sky. Man, we're about this. Oh, Michael's here.
Jugs.
Michael. I want to talk about Game of Thrones. I'm sorry, A Song of Ice and Fire, Book 4 of Feast or Crows. Okay.
Yeah.
Where
Michael, what you missed is that we're writing a letter to try and get sponsorship from a company called Bad Dragon.
Yeah.
If you've never seen their products.
Boy, do I have a great ad for you coming in the next couple of weeks.
Dear God, I hope. I would love.
Come on, guys.
You have
come
to
on.
You have to understand. With the friend group I have, this will be like when I say I'm officially sponsored by Bad Dragon. It'll be like the "Careful, he's a hero" scene. From
Yeah, like Glidus and Glidus and Swifty are really taking the high road. They're up on Nebula, and I want to go all the way to the low road. I want to go all the way down here. Not Bad Dragon. Not to suggest that you are not a quality company with products that I would enthusiastically.
Most YouTubers are afraid to take this path, and I'm just saying.
Yes.
If you're an above board, not safe for work company, and you want to sponsor us. Reach out.
As long as you are, and as near as I can tell, Bad Dragon, you are in a well-run, ethical, and profitable company, and those are those are like the three things that we are looking for, and it's fucking hilarious.
And also,
I don't think I need to tell you that. This is so funny.
I have heard,
this is part of what the sponsorship is going to be.
I have heard no bad customer reviews, and anybody who I've seen with people who have your products are rocking the stickers. They are big fans.
So good to know I did solve the mystery of what was going on here. Careful, he's a hero. They're pulling out one of those. No. Peter Johnson is a strong name. Julie says, I feel like if I say the words you want, my account will get banned. We haven't banned Ross yet, and he still has the... actually, he's extended his lead for the most comments deleted by YouTube. He's extended it by 2 in the last couple of weeks.
YouTube was not built for Australians. It was not. I'm sorry. Like, y'all are getting censored for saying things that nobody would bat at in Australia.
Like, honestly, he did not say anything that I would delete. It's just things that YouTube doesn't like. You keep at it, Ross. We love you. I have a very positive opinion about Bad Dragon purely from listening to you guys joke about being sponsored.
We have improved their brand value.
We've already improved your brand. Wait, no, that's not the way you say this, right?
We've already created positive.
No, we have given you a sample of what we can deliver.
What we should say is we are evangelical in. We should legit say we are evangelical in recommending your company already, because as far as we can tell, you are providing nothing but quality products.
Just the irony of being sponsored by Bad Dragon is hilarious. Take a screenshot of that email.
Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty funny.
Yeah, no, actually, just take a screenshot.
Fuck it, man. Michael, can we...
Everybody talk about how we have affected your perception of this company in chat right now, and we'll send a screenshot of chat.
How many
to
fucking
Bad
people
Dragon
are here? But there's fucking 25 people.
There's 25 people.
Oh my God.
If we have been unapologetic apologists, yes.
If you have them on the board, they will have constant ad space throughout the whole.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's exactly true.
We'll write them on the chalkboard, and they can just give us funding the way our Patreon sponsors do. And honestly, if they want to pay a little bit more for a bigger spot, I will put the bigger spot on there.
Yes,
and that's fine by
we
me.
will talk about it every single video, 100%.
And also, whenever we have to write over it, just gonna say I'm gonna have to write over our Bad Dragon sponsorship right now. This clue is going on the Bad Dragon spot.
Yeah, this clue gets the place of honor getting fucked.
Well, this clue's kind of fucked, so I'm gonna put it in our bottom right corner, sponsored by Bad Dragon.
Oh my god. Well, we've established that Cersei Lannister is a dick. Speaking of dicks, I'd like to throw to our sponsor, Bad Dragon. Right, these are great bits. These are great bits. Oh my god, I don't know what Julie posted, but got immediately deleted. My first and only choice when it comes to dragon-themed paraphernalia. I mean, guys, just checked out the Bad Dragon site. It's amazing.
It is incredible.
I'm telling you guys. Oh my god, hell yeah. We will throw out your Bacaris. Yes! Save that spot on the board for the horniest clue in the list, and then celebrate every time you put that ding up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh my god, we're just gonna link them to this video.
Goodness, I got to watch 3 hours to get to the part where we talk about.
We'll clip this part. We'll send it to them. Okay. All right. We still had a little bit that we needed to finish. Okay, we have a loyal. Okay, discussion of sexual theme. Right. Can we get rid of dark brown nipples, please?
Well, everybody, give me your favorite sexual line.
Yeah, I want a horny line
from the books.
Yeah.
Or the show.
Yes.
And it can't be dark brown nipples or opatire.
Yes, because they won't understand opatire.
Yes.
What about?
Everybody says no, leave it. Everybody wants to leave.
What do you mean everybody says? Only Kirsty says no.
100% of people who have voted agree with you.
You guys have some of the most sex positive and sexually responsible folks I listen to. So the fact that you sincerely endorse them is a real mark in their favor to me. You're goddamn right. The Lord's kiss. That thing you do with your tongue.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
You know what? I'm gonna
tasteful,
take the Lord's kiss. Do you have a problem with taking the Lord's kiss?
I think that thing you do with your tongue, people, because that one was in the show, so there's a shot they remember it too. Like,
yeah. Fat pig mast and yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that.
No, you're good. By the way, confirmed now that Fat Pink Mask is going in the email, so you can make the donation.
Correct. Squirt of seed. We're not doing squirt of seed. When you're wrinkled and gray and your teeth hang past your belly, you can tell your children's children that you once loved a king. Theon won Clash of Kings. Nasty chapter.
Nasty, very nasty
Oh
chapter.
boy, and speaking of nasty, I'd like to throw to our sponsor, the Bad Dragon Dildo Company.
Is that the first chapter of the books where somebody does something incestuous and is like, ooh, that's not great?
Were they themselves?
Yes.
That might be the only chapter where someone does that.
That's the only time where something incestuous happens and somebody's like, ooh, I need to grow as a person.
Oh man, was there character development in my sister's pants? Probably not. There certainly is no character development in mine.
Period speech about how he wants to die. Yeah. Belly full of wine and
a girl's mouth.
Oh my cock. It's a good one.
I mean, that's pretty good. You know what? No, that thing you do with your tongue is like that's
iconic.
Yes.
That's the one romance everybody really liked.
Yep. And it was really
also one of the less problematic relationships in the story, which is incredible because it started with a kidnapping.
Zelazor, I kind of want to do that. The pink mast.
Fat? No, it has to be fat.
Had to be fat. Okay. Discussion of sexual themes is not just a part. We're gonna say, positive and enthusiastic. Discussion of sexual themes is not just a part of our channel. It is built into the community, which is I'm gonna pull that about growing rapidly. We can change that if we want to. It is built into the community, which is growing rapidly with the success. Oh my God, Zalazar!
Thank you, Zalazar.
You want a good girl, but you need the bad pussy. Yes. Oh, can we get that one in? Bad. I mean, we can.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say we leave it as is because everything in this email is still like business
Professional
appropriate.
enough,
Yes, yes. Let's celebrate a third Super Cat live stream. Yeah.
Woo!
Wait, can I hack this? What happens if I press this?
Nothing.
Oh, I give it a heart.
Oh.
Nice. Bonk, bonk. Nice. Thank you. Thank you very much, Salazar. Tyrek Lannister was last seen a horse, but you want a good girl, but you need the bad dragon. Yeah.
Oh, we didn't mention in our discussion that Kristen Cole's a bed.
Yeah, I actually meant to. I meant Kristen Cole says he was a bed when in fact he was a hoe.
Yeah. Different object, Kristen.
Yeah. Positive enthusiastic. Okay. These novels contain explicit lines, such as the famous fat pig
Lozella
mask.
says Tyrek is a child. Technically, he's a filly.
Correct. That thing you do with your tongue lines, which have been celebrated by fans of the books. The novels contain explicit lines, such as the famous fat pink mask and that thing you do with your tongue lines, which have been celebrated by fans of the books. It's a little clunky, but I think it works just fine. We have a loyal... I'm going to move it down. Positive, enthusiastic discussion of sexual themes is not just part of our channel, it is built into the community. Okay, perfect. We have a loyal and sex-positive audience of self-described nerds, specialized interest in literature with very high occurrences. What do you say? Do one of those with sexually explicit content.
Yes.
Quote, hyphen, and dragons. This represents an untapped market full of individuals who we have found to be creative, adventurous, open-minded. These individuals have a penchant for sharing their thoughts and experiences on social media, including our active and vibrant Discord server, and we are confident that your products would be included in these discussions. Positive enthusiasm.
I think we should change the ending instead of trying to put a time to meet on their calendar. It might be we should leave it open to them solving it over email. Also, I don't know what the person's job is as the PR person for Bad Dragon, but I imagine that they might have some tight schedules.
We would love to chat about this by phone or email at your convenience. Should we include a phone number?
Yeah. Include.
I'll include mine.
You
think I want to include mine? I'll include mine.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to put mine, you can. But I get a lot of texts for work. But it would be funny if I think I'm getting a work text and then it's Amy from Bad Dragon.
Please feel free to reach out anytime. Looking forward to hearing from you, Zach and Tom. The
Interesting Nerd Club. We should link the channel as well.
We're into you know what? Let's I think it's safe to leave it here. We don't want to overload.
We should link the channel so they can check it out. That's incredibly relevant information.
Okay, yeah.
They should be able to poke around, see that like we're a real crew, we exist, we do upload frequently, we do get these many views a month. It checks out. Anything that makes it easier for them makes it more likely they say yes.
Kevin brings up an interesting line. Do we like that thing you do with your tongue or nipples on a breastplate?
I
hate dark brown nipples.
Nipples on a breastplate is funnier.
It's funnier. It's more like it's got levity. Whereas dark brown nipples is just horny.
Yes. I think the thing you do with your tongue is tasteful enough, and it's one of the most explicit sex lines we get in the books that people know and recognize.
You know what? In the signature, we'll link the channel.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube. extend their contract wrapped around their largest product. What have you been doing for the last 4 hours, Tom? That's not ask.
I was checking.
I'm
the
so
Discord
glad
to see-
none of my family watches this show. We're intimately.
I was seeing if people are discussing this in the Discord server, and the memes are already coming in.
Yes. Can we just put that meme in the email?
Attached, we could say attached are some comments and memes made by our community, and then put that at the end.
Do you think that is a good idea?
Yeah, no.
Okay, let's do it then.
Attached are some comments and memes from our community.
All right. At this moment, leave comments now, and say underneath them, "I want this in the email." Okay. If you want to comment in the email, say it now.
Michael, are we good to put your thing in the email from earlier? Because it's like as much of a selling point as one could possibly imagine.
Yeah, that's extremely pleasant.
And Jason, if you're watching still, can we use the meme you put on Discord, because we will send it.
Included
attached
to this email are some memes and comments. Rep
from our community.
Representing how enthusiastic and positive they are about the prospect of
about your products. Just about your products and company.
We are intimately familiar about your company. That's fine. We are intimately familiar with your products and would be proud to advocate for them on our channel. We would love to chat about this by phone or email at your convenience. Please feel free to reach out anytime. Looking forward to hearing you. Zach and Tom, the Interesting Nerd Club, YouTube channel, phone. Good enough?
Yeah.
Zach, I don't like that meme.
What
I'm
meme?
sorry, I don't like that meme. It's a good meme. I love it. It's a good meme. I don't want it.
Why do you not want it? Hold on.
It makes them seem like a joke.
No, not really. Also, it's a meme. All memes are for humorous purposes. We're not degrading the product. Also, Tom, they're the dragon sex toy company. They have to have a sense of humor about it. If they don't have a sense of humor about it, that is one of the most insane sentences that I've ever heard be true.
Fine.
It's a really boring workplace. Everybody's really serious about their work.
All right. Okay. Give me a new clip. Save to the downloads is fine. X. All right, let's see what else we have. I'm Jason. I say yes.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Which is a confusing sentence, but it might just be true.
Dragon Bits. Birth of a New Game.
We now know who wrote the pink letter, by the way. It was us.
Yeah. This is the pink letter. Kevin says, I love your channel, Michael. Go check out the channel. Michael talks about stuff.
When Winds of Winter comes out, we see which theories are correct and false. The only person who I think is going to be 100% in his guesses that are validated is Michael. If I had to pick a second person, it'd probably be Mira, but I don't know if we'll get definitive answers on a lot of Mira's fairy stuff. What I do know is that every single time I've watched a Michael video or he's come and presented on our channel, I end up agreeing 100% with all the takes. We'll still beat you in number of theories that are correct, but only through quantity.
Zach, you I have to grab I'm gonna grab a couple more comments. Would you please riff on we got the question, how do you feel about the idea that Winds of Winter has been speculated about?
Oh, we never did answer that.
Yeah.
I think I sort of buy the George wrote The Winds of Winter. He didn't like it, and he went back to the drawing board, surgical at first, and then purging a ton of the book. Because I've been in that situation before, where I finished my album Rincaria over a year before I released it. I had a version of it I considered done. And I wasn't fucking happy with it at all. I had severe issues with it. And I had to go back to the drawing board on a couple songs. I had to rewrite the lyrics to a few other songs. I had to change some of the vocal inflection for my parts. I had all the instrumentals done. I had my vocals recorded. I had not yet reached out to Sarah to record her vocals, and I put the project on pause until I could figure out what I wanted to do with it. And that ended up taking way longer just to find a way to salvage it than it did to write the beginning of it. And that, for me, was painstaking to do because I had to kill 2 songs. I had to replace it with 2 other songs, both of which I feel are still 2 of the weaker songs on the album, but they just are markedly better than what was there before. And I had to do a ton of rewriting. I had to then reread all the lyrics in order to make sure the story was still coming through clear. It was very, very hard for me to do that, and it doubled the length of the project. And that makes perfect sense for the amount of gap we've gotten with Winds. It's taken twice as long as anybody conceived it would have taken, and that to me screams the book was pretty close to finished at one point, and then he looked at it and he said, uh-oh, this does not live up to my self-assigned standards. And so the fact that now there's a lot of hope, and he's been very optimistic in the past year about getting it done, tracks with me, because that is also how I felt in the run-up to releasing that album. Was I knew that I got to the point where I had an album that I was comfortable releasing, even if it wasn't perfect, even if it wasn't the flawless thing that I wanted it to be. I knew that I had turned a major corner, and I could see the finish line for the first time in a while. And I think if you want to tell me George has seen the finish line and he is close and potentially like done, I would believe that at this point based on the previous like tips he's given, because he had the whole blog post. We did a video on it of the books are going to be different from the show, and even I don't know how much. And to me, that was like a post pivotal moment for him, where he realized he could get to the story he wanted to tell, and he was going to have to make major divergences from the story we saw on the show, which was closer to his original vision. And he was just happy to have made the realization that that's how he gets his book out. And it's maybe not what he envisioned. It's maybe not as clean as he'd like, but he knows he can get there. And I think that is a fair reading of it. I think that's great if it's true. And if the book is coming out rather soon, which I think there's a fair argument it might be, that's most likely what happened. And that also makes me more optimistic for Dream, because if it was mostly this one book was very difficult to write, fell apart, needed massive restructuring, I tried to keep as much as I could. I ended up pulling a lot more than I thought I would. I ended up rewriting and then having to go back and fix things because of what I've rewritten, and it added years onto it. He's at least done the thing to right the ship to get Dream to the point where it should not ideally have the same problems. And I think he could realistically, I feel like it'll be a shorter book anyways. I feel like Winds is the book where everything happens. It is the cataclysmic, heart of the story. And Dream is the conclusion. It is the falling action. It is what we have left. And he said, he's going to do the Scourging of the Shire, but a million times more. To me, a whole book that is just dealing with the aftermath is as George as it gets. That is, honestly, kind of what Feast and Dance are. Feast and Dance are dealing with the 3 books that just happened and setting up for the book that's to come. And I think that this could be just the hurdle he has to get over, and then it'll all flow from there. So I'm very optimistic, obviously. and I think that you are roughly in the same camp as me. I think you believe, Tom, most of this to be the way it is also. Maybe a few differences, but I think that I'm very optimistic that we're getting it. Maybe not, if it's not this year, I think 2025 has a good shot too.
I would like to second your feelings on Dream. Michael, I think that you and I actually talked about this briefly the other day, that if we get wins in the next, I don't know, 18 months, right? If we get wins in the next 18 months, I think we're probably going to get Dream. Because Dream should be easier.
Yes.
I really like Preston's take that Dream should be easier. Because the reason that Wins and Dance were so hard and took so long is because there was so many characters doing things that interact with other characters in very complicated ways.
And George wants to make sure that all fits not only logically but thematically.
And fortunately, half of them are gonna die this book. They're all gonna die.
Also, Bran will have god powers by the end of the book, ideally. So if he needs to do something completely like egregious and magical, he is set up that there is a person with god powers to do that, which should make it easier to write.
On top of that, I would be reasonably confident that most of the book, most of the major plot beats of Dream have been written for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Zach, do you have a marketing email for me?
Let me look it up.
By the way,
contact us.
I have a comment from Michael, Jenny, and Nick. Does anybody have an issue with that? Everybody okay with this? Michael, Jenny, and Nick. Yours were funniest.
They have a request form.
Oh,
on there,
motherfucker.
But it's on the help desk. So hold on.
They gotta have a marketing email somewhere, right?
They gotta. Press media information. Press at bad-dragon.com.
I don't want to email their press email.
That's probably the best way to do it, because if this is for sponsorship, if this is for marketing, they have to at least be similar departments, right?
Yeah, but if we can find
I don't know if they have a marketing email.
Yeah, if they have a press, I'm sure that they have a
press/media information. Contact us, which is the help desk. Careers.
Probably not.
No.
Oh, shirts. Chable says those
How much
shirts.
do the digital artists pay? I might have a friend. Bachelor's degree in graphic design. No.
What did you do?
$20 an hour in Arizona. That's not horrible.
Chable says good evening. Hello, Chables. You're here
Hello,
just
Chables.
for the end of the stream.
You're here for the tail end, so we try and find the right email to send our advertising pitch to Bad Dragon, registered trademark.
Making fantasies real.
Registered trademark.
Hey, we have a whole bunch of fantasy fans, Bad Dragon.
I think the press is the best we're gonna get. I don't know if they have a marketing email. We could send a handwritten letter.
We could. No one can stop us.
It would make it harder for them to click the hyperlink. Although we could print out the memes.
Bad-dragon.com.
That is indeed the website.
I found a whole bunch of people who work for them.
It'd be funny if we saw somebody we knew.
It would.
I think we're gonna have to do the press, unfortunately. I think that's all we got.
We have bdragon at baddragon.com.
What if that's the internal one that blasted out to the whole company?
Julie said an hour ago you said the show would end in 5 minutes.
Yep, we did. Well, okay, the call-in section of the show did end in 5 minutes.
That's true.
We said we were also going to do a Bad Dragon letter writing, and when we hit 2,000 subscribers, people correctly said we've been well over 2,000 subscribers for a while. And we are completing this now, so we can keep our word. I don't know. I wouldn't trust that contact website.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I was just checking to see if it
popped anything else up. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Press it is. Okay. Thank you very much for the donation, by the way.
Yes.
Salazar.
Thank you, Salazar.
That's hilarious.
We did work in Fat Pink Mast.
Press at bad-dragon.com.
There we go.
There it is.
Subject: YouTube sponsorship.
And if anyone wants to tweet at them, now would be the time.
Please tweet at them. Whatever way you feel comfortable getting in contact with them, let them know that you want to see us get sponsored, and let them know that we are zealous advocates of their company.
Yeah.
Like legitimately.
Yeah, genuinely, I really like their product.
From everything I can see, it seems pretty above board.
Yeah.
I was checking out the job positions, and like the pay for Phoenix, Arizona is like
It's pretty decent,
for
yeah.
entry level like 3D modeling work. Presumably that you can do from home.
They seem to advocate for sex positive and safe lifestyles, which is very cool.
They're celebrating Pride Night now with a bunch of stickers of different pride flags, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna bet some of the other products have pride flag colors also.
I'm gonna bet that too. I'm gonna bet that they see a market uptick in sales in
rainbow colored
June.
products, yes.
Ooh boy. All right, Zach. I'm sending this.
All right.
Think I give a shit?
The worst thing I'm gonna say is no, and the second worst thing you're gonna say is no. The first worst thing is the cease and desist of mentioning their company at all. And if they send that, we will find another fantasy themed.
Yeah, I mean, if they do that, then I'm just
we'll run through the other adult companies we're okay vouching for list until somebody sponsors us.
Yeah. Boom. I think the most likely course of action, they're going to be like, we don't really do sponsorship. We really appreciate you guys reaching out.
Yep.
Here, take this coupon.
Yep. They might send us some stickers.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably going to be what happens. Here's some pride stickers.
Here's some pride stickers and a coffee mug, and two. Since you mentioned there's two of you, here's 2 dildos you can use to fuck yourself.
Zach,
I think we're good. All right, gone. Fire and forget.
It's gone. Zach, that's the show. That's the show. I got to be done. It's 12:30.
It is 12:30.
And I have to work in the morning.
I don't. But thank you everybody who stuck around this long for the whole stream.
You insane human beings.
And thank you for everybody for reminding us of the prime.
What the hell?
We're still at 25 concurrent viewers. We're really good at keeping people floating around.
My God.
If anybody watched the whole stream, by the way, kudos. What a way to spend your evening, getting all of our Dragon Show takes, and then also all of our Dragon adult toys takes.
Thank you all very much. I'm gonna do what I do so often. I'm gonna scroll all the way up here, and we're gonna go for this. And we're gonna sign off here in a minute. But as I so often do, I'll leave it live for another minute in case people want to keep chatting.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you guys all for hanging out. You're wonderful. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jasper, for the $50 donation.
Yeah,
by the way.
crazy.
Thank you. Thank you,
I think
everyone who
Jasper will
donated.
feel
It's
when
really
we
good
tell Jasper that we use that exclusively to buy Bad Dragon products.
Honestly, I would consider the sponsorship worth it. Like, I would consider this email worth it, even if they just no, but we appreciate your interest and thank you for talking positively about our stuff.
Yeah.
Here's some free stuff.
Yeah.
Right, here's some swag. Right?
If they're like, here's some t-shirts you can wear on stream for free.
Yeah.
I will wear it.
Yeah, I'll wear
constantly.
it. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be like, we're not sponsored, but we are friends.
Yeah. we have a positive business relationship with this company.
Yeah.
And fully endorsed.
And we're gonna come back. We'll hit them up.
I
We'll
hope
hit 10,000. We'll hit them up again.
I hope one of us runs for president someday, So it'll be like breaking in October that like we full-throatedly endorse.
Full-throatedly, yes.
Bad Dragon products.
Yeah. If only these were on Sunday or Tuesday for me, I'd be here for the whole thing. Sometimes they are on Tuesdays.
Yes.
We had them on Wednesday last week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is when we're shooting for these.
Yep.
They got to be a little inconsistent. What if
Our
y'all
lives are a little inconsistent?
What if y'all move the call-in streak to Tuesdays? The answer is whenever we have the.
It may very well be on a Tuesday sometime soon.
Yeah. My whole morning, love and respect. Thank you very much. The stream never ends if we never leave.
That's true.
All right, we're signing out, but you guys can continue to chat. Goodbye.
Bye.